Good morning, everyone. This is Prof. Joe. Prof. Joe Explains. Joel Waldman of Surviving the Survivor will be joining shortly. And isn't it interesting to watch that fan just go round and round and round? I'm not sure it wouldn't be better for them just to put up a picture or something than that fan. But there it is, and I have no comment to make about it except to describe what it's doing, which you can see for yourself anyway. So today is, what is it, day 7 of the trial, and the state is still in the process of presenting witnesses. I think we're going to start with the rest of the cross-examination of the last witness yesterday, and then I'm guessing that the next witness might be the forensic expert that can tie up the blood to and whatever the DNA positives that they got, will be able to tie it up to Anna Walshe. And I believe there's one. Sorry, at some point I went mute. So let me go back a little because I don't know when I went mute. I wasn't looking at that little microphone icon. But today they'll finish up with the cross of yesterday's witness. And then I believe, the witnesses that I think are still to come are the forensic expert who can tie up the blood and DNA positives will testify that they match Anna Walshe. We haven't had anybody who's been able to do that yet. And then I still think the house guest, not the house guest, but the person who spent New Year's Eve with them will be testifying, and one of Anna Walshe's friends will be testifying. And I don't know if there's anyone past that the state has yet to call. But the witness from yesterday was Matthew Sheehan, and he went through all the evidence and the fact that he collected the blood samples from the evidence, and he testified there was nothing in the upstairs master bedroom or in either of the 2 bathrooms upstairs. And the defense was going into a fairly detailed cross-examination of him to get him to confirm that. And I believe it's because the second theory, the theory that they're now presenting, that Brian Walshe found Anna Walshe dead in the bed after he supposedly came up from downstairs having cleaned up from the New Year's Eve dinner. And therefore, there was no blood in that room or anything. And the defense, I'm sure, is pushing their theory that supports Brian Walshe saying he found her dead in bed. I'm sure that the Commonwealth will say all it means is she wasn't murdered in the bedroom. And I think I said yesterday here, I know I said it on the recap that I did and on the show with Josh Ritter, his Courtroom Confidential last night, that I think what happened was that whatever set Brian Walshe off that led to Anna Walshe's killing happened after the dinner and after the dinner guests left. And there's some information that Brian Walshe had been able to see Anna Walshe's phone on his or some way, but in any event that he saw the picture of the necklace, that it appears that Anna Walshe's, the person with whom she was having the affair, William Fosto, had given her. And my guess is that that's what really set everything off. It had been building up. The evidence that the Commonwealth has is that Brian Walshe knew that the affair was going on. He knew that Anna Walshe was very upset not to have the boys with her in Washington, D.C., and was getting increasingly despondent and increasingly focused on getting the boys there. And of course, at the time, he couldn't move because he was awaiting the charges and the sentence in his federal case for the fraud involving Andy Warhol paintings that were not Andy Warhol paintings, the counterfeit paintings. But he knew that she was thinking about it. He was also dependent on her for financial support. He wasn't working. She was the sole breadwinner, that there were big family expenses. Now, the defense has said, no, they could have borrowed from the insurance policies. Everything was fine. But mommy was paying for the rent on the house that they had rented in Cohasset. Brian Walshe was facing that $400 and some odd thousand verdict amount that he had to pay because of the federal charges. And he's now getting a lawyer paid for by the state, by the Commonwealth, which certainly suggests that the Commonwealth's version of this, that they were in financial trouble, is accurate. Otherwise, he could afford to pay for his own lawyer. That won't get into evidence, by the way, but I'm just saying that it supports the Commonwealth that there were big financial problems. He had on Christmas Day had sent a couple of queries into the internet. I think it was Safari, saying plane crash, Washington, D.C., plane crash, Anna Walshe dead. And the defense said, well, that was because she hadn't arrived and he was worried. But I mean, if I was waiting for somebody to arrive to visit me and I was worried that she had not phoned, I wouldn't go on the internet and say that person is dead. It would not be the way I would think about checking on her. So, but in any event, that's part of the Commonwealth's case in terms of what was going on before New Year's Eve. And there were other things also. But in any event, all that was there. I think he was equivocating as to whether a divorce would be the thing to do. He had, as you recall, also queried the internet, about what would be the best states in which to get a divorce for a man. And he found out that Massachusetts, of the 50th state, came in at 47th, I believe. And so, but he had been checking that. And then I think what triggered everything was the affair. And she, although there's evidence that she loved him and did not want to hurt him, was also talking to William Fastow about plans going into the future. And they were on January 4th planning to have a sit down on their 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plans together. So there's certainly evidence that she was planning to move forward, and Brian Walshe was not going to be in the plans to move forward. So that's where we were, and that's what I think happened, that she was murdered downstairs, dismembered downstairs, bagged. God, I hate saying this way, but you know what I mean. Everything happened downstairs, not upstairs. And so the fact that there's no blood upstairs doesn't mean anything, because it supports the Commonwealth theory just as much as it supports the defense theory. And that hole in the ceiling seems to be that the defense spent so much time focusing on it, seems to be related to the fact that the defense wants to negate a claim that there was a fight in the bedroom, a violent fight in the bedroom that led to the hole in the ceiling, which I think has to be right, because there are 3 little boys asleep on the same floor. And if there was really a fight in the bedroom that led to a hole in the wall being created, you would think one or another of those boys would have awakened. So that's where we are this morning. Excuse me. That's where we are this morning, and the cross-examination is going to pick up with Matthew Sheehan, the forensics expert, or the forensics investigator, who was collecting the blood samples at the house. And he testified to what he collected. And as you know, if you watched the trial yesterday, he gave very detailed information about everywhere he found something that looked like it might be a blood stain, and then everywhere that he collected the blood stain and how he did it and what little bag he put it in and the labeling of it, and then bringing it back to his lab, sending some of the samples over to a lab to test what he found, and therefore that's why I say we still have to have a witness now who is now going to take the story forward on the Commonwealth side from the fact that the Sheehan collected all the stuff and sent it off to the lab, to the witness the expert who will testify that the samples matched up with Anna Walshe. So it's now on my clock 9:10, and Judge Vernier has been, just precise and prompt. So I'm wondering what's going on. Is there a weather problem in Massachusetts today? Oh, here we are. We're going. Okay, I'm going to be quiet and we'll listen.
Court Indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Wolf.
Good morning. Somebody needed to see me.
We need to see you, sidebar.
Okay.
So we're starting 10 minutes late and we're starting with the sidebar. Well, now this is curious. Don't you hate it? Everybody in the chat this morning, don't you just hate it? They have these little private conversations and we have no idea what's going on. Oh, and look at Brian Walshe. We've gone casual today. He is in a sweater, not a jacket. I think defendants should be dressed properly for court, and I don't think a little pullover sweater is the right thing. And I don't usually comment on what anybody's wearing, but I think that light gray on white is not a good color for him. I'm not going to do this anymore, but when you give me 12 minutes and there's nothing substantive going on, I gravitate to things like, look what he's wearing. So you'll have to forgive me. If the court had been prompt and ready to go and doing, you wouldn't hear my fashion comment. And I'm hardly an expert on it anyway. So, here we are. So let me see if I can find where we are today. I was told how to get into so I could see your comments, and it doesn't seem to be working. I did a lesson last night on this, and you can see I'm just not educable on YouTube stuff. I do apologize, but I just don't seem to be educable, because I did a lesson and it worked when I had somebody on the phone with me showing, and now here I am today without somebody on the phone with me showing, and oh, look, maybe I do have it. I think I have it. Success. I've had a real good, my day is going to be a good day because I've actually accomplished something on YouTube that yesterday was outside my range of expertise in quotes. And today, although I had some trouble, I've actually managed to do it. These little steps. So now we're having this sidebar. Are there any questions that I can answer while we're waiting for the judge or the lawyers to finish up with the judge about what the issue is? It might be an issue of witness scheduling. I mean, that would be my first guess, that there's some issue about scheduling of witnesses, because I can't imagine what could have occurred between yesterday and today that would require the judge's intervention or judge's decision. So let's see. Neely 848 says, how do we know none of the boys woke up? They are young and maybe stayed in bed feeling scared of the noise. That's possible. There's the 6-year-old, according to Brian Walshe, when he heard noise or people, he was up investigating or talking about it. But I guess we don't have to believe Brian Walshe, although on that, I don't know that there would be any reason not to believe him. I hope the boy slept through it. It's horrific enough to think of them being in the house while he's doing what he's doing to their mother. It would be worse if they heard and had some inkling of something going on. So I hope, Neely, 848, although I think it's a reasonable supposition on your part, I really hope you're wrong, that they didn't hear anything and they weren't in the bedroom scared and not coming out. Because if they were in the bedroom scared and not coming out, when there might have been a fight downstairs, it just has to be worse when they don't see their mother after that. So let's see. Any other questions? Somebody help me out with a question so you don't hear me just babble over here. Here's another one. Do I think they will tie in the DNA today? I would think yes, because they've gotten all the blood. You know, they've got the expert who now says how this is how everything was connected, was collected, and then I sent it off for testing. And it seems to me the logical next step would be to have the individual who can testify to what the results of the tests were. And so I think the progression would be to have that individual next. But we'll have to see. The prosecution may have a different view of how to get that evidence in, and whether they want to continue with information on the state of the marriage and what Brian Walshe knew about the state of the marriage, and then end with the connection, the blood connection, which I suppose, now that I'm talking about it, would certainly be a powerful way for the prosecution to end, to have the state of the marriage talked about and all the other things, including the person who was at dinner, and then end with all that evidence again, and the expert testifying that it was her DNA and it was her blood. It seems to me that would be a powerful way to end. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's how the prosecution puts it together, to end on a, I don't want to say high note, because obviously, you know, talking about somebody who has been murdered and in this way is hardly something that one should describe as a high note. But in terms of the prosecution case, it would be going out with, let me say, going out with a bang rather than describe it as a high note. It's really difficult sometimes to think of ways to say the prosecution is doing a really good job without at the same time sounding as though you're not being sympathetic or cognizant of what's actually happened here and how horrible it is. Okay, here, by the way, I'm reading the chat comments on Prof. Joe Explains, which is my channel. And so if there's some going in on the STS channel, I apologize, but I'm not seeing them. Okay, Josephine Santamora, do I think the defense made any headway with the jury yesterday? You know, I don't. I think they're doing the best that they can. I think if anything, they may have confused the jury because they're doing things in, you know, sort of like a shotgun. They're not focused on one version of their defense, which is what the defense does a lot. I mean, what the defense tries to do is to sort of muddy things up and make things unclear and hope that one or more jurors will have a reasonable doubt. So I just saw him get up, which suggests that maybe the jury is coming in. But if so, we're back to looking at the fan. Oh, now there's a black fan. So that courtroom has a white fan and a black fan. That's not very, that's not, I think if you're going to have fans, they should all be the same color. But who knows? Now it's 9:18, and this is really unusual for this judge. So let me do another question then. Here, let's see. Miami Dottie, it feels like there's been very few objections on either side. Do you agree? I think that's true. But I think both sides have presented a pretty clean case. They both lay foundation before they ask questions that rely on foundation being made. In other words, before you can have somebody testify, I'll give you an easy one. Before you can have someone testify about identifying DNA, you've got to have a foundation that this person is qualified to talk about it. And that's related to every witness. And they're doing a very good job, both sides, of laying foundation. And those are the sorts of questions that often typically where you get objections. They're also doing a pretty good job of asking questions that relate to what the witness can talk about, with one exception on the defense side. So if your lawyers are doing a reasonably good job of framing questions and staying within the rules of evidence, then there's no objection that's really possible. On the defense side, he is asking questions of witnesses that they're not in a position to answer. And he's doing it consistently with all the witnesses. And Teresa Marchese yesterday was very clear that that's what he was doing and didn't let him get away with it. Some of the Commonwealth experts have been not as good at clarifying that the question is not within their realm of expertise. Those questions the Commonwealth could object to because they're just not in the witnesses, what the witness can testify to. I mean, asking the person who collects the blood, did you go out to the scene and check? And did you know that he was driving a cart with, all kinds of cleaning goods on it? That's not part of his job. His job is collecting the samples. And so those could have been objections that the prosecution would make. But he's not doing that. I think he just doesn't want to appear to the jury as obstructing the defense from making a case. And with some of those objections, even though it's true that it's not within the witness's realm of knowledge, the judge might well simply say, well, he can answer if he knows. So I think it may be that the prosecutor has a sense of the judge and what she's likely to sustain as an objection and where she's likely not. And if that's the case, then he's also, I don't want to say playing to the judge, it's a bad way of putting it, but he's also cognizant of how the judge will rule and doesn't want to, annoy her by making objections when he knows that she will say, if the witness knows, he can answer. So that may be why the objections are fewer than we might think. Okay, another question from Josephine Sanamara. Do I think he may plead again for murder? I don't know if you mean the defendant, he's not going to plead out to murder one. He might as well, take his chances at trial. Okay, Mystique Blue, here's a question. Do I think the jury actually knows what they're judging him on? Yeah, I think they've got a fair idea from the openings, and they will know certainly when they get the closing arguments and the judge's instructions. Here's someone who's doing Italian. Buongiorno. My theory, this is Flippin' the City, 2140. My theory is that about the hole in the ceiling, he went up to the attic to hide her parts and either fluids leaked through or he stepped through it while he was up there. The problem with that is the person who collected all the evidence said he didn't see anything there to suggest anything like that. So you may be right. Maybe that expert just wasn't looking for water damage or other things. So it's possible, I guess. Okay. And this is from Louisa 3707. Can you keep informed on the landlord case against Brian Walshe's mother for the damages on the house? Yeah, I just saw a comment from someone who said something may be going on with regard to the grandmother, Brian Walshe's mother. And when we have a chance, when the trial actually starts, if I have a moment, I'm going to read that and see if I can see what may be going on, or one of you in the chat may know and have seen something, and if so, just post it in the chat. Okay, this is Jerry Michael 7561. What are the odds that Brian will plead guilty after hearing all the evidence? I would say there's 0. I mean, why plead? He can sit there and just wait and see what the jury actually does. Okay. Here's something from Angie Dahl. She says she saw on Emily's show that Brian was in the loft and his foot went through the ceiling, therefore the hole. the discussion related to the lawsuit against Brian's mother by the owner regarding the damages. Okay. And that relates to the earlier comment. But if that's the case, it doesn't necessarily tie to his dismembering the body or doing upstairs or water damage or anything like that. It sounds as though it's a legal issue, but not tied to what happened the night of January 1, or not January 1, the night of December 31, morning of January 1. Okay. Then we have Louise P. Why do I think Brian is so confident that he wants to go to trial despite the overwhelming evidence? Well, the prosecutor was not offering him a deal to anything. So it was murder 1. Prosecutor was not willing to say, okay, we'll go for murder 2, which has a lower maximum penalty range, presumably. And that being the case, there's no big reason why he would do anything than go to trial and see what the jury did, no matter how overwhelming the evidence is. Amber W87 is going to look up the case against the mother right now. So we may get some answer. Thank you, Amber. Okay. Turquoise Kitten says, will Brian testify? I think the answer, well, will Brian testify? I think the answer to that has to be yes, because the defense started out saying he would testify, and the defense in the opening statement also relayed what Brian will testify to. And what the lawyer said in opening is not evidence. A lawyer in opening should not say anything that he does not have a good faith belief will be entered into evidence by someone who can talk about it. In this case, the only one who can talk about what happened after the dinner guests left on early morning of January 1 is Brian Walshe. The only one who can testify that he saw Anna Walsh dead in the bed and panicked is Brian Walshe. And so he has got to testify to get that evidence in. And then additionally, since the lawyer in opening talked about all this and said Brian Walshe was going to testify, it will be a mess if it doesn't happen. There are very, very, very strong rules about whether the prosecutor can mention the failure of evidence by the defense. The prosecutor cannot comment on the fact that the defendant failed to take the stand. That is a constitutional violation that would lead to a mistrial. But that rule that you cannot testify, you cannot comment on the defendant's failure to testify becomes broader, because it also covers comments that the Commonwealth might make about the failure of evidence. Where is the evidence as to this? Where is the evidence as to that? And that also typically ends up being error, and even maybe reversible error if there's a conviction. So it's going to be interesting if Brian Walshe doesn't testify. The prosecutor certainly is entitled to something being said to the jury. And my guess is if that happens, the judge will instruct the jury in some fashion about the failure of the evidence, but in a way that's really careful not to intrude on the broadened umbrella that covers the right of the defendant not to testify. Now, having said all that and taking you on that detour, I think Brian Walshe will testify so that issue won't come up. Kelly Wentworth, will the prosecution be able to discuss his no job, Fed charges, lack of funds, potential concerns, and their closing? To the extent there's evidence about it in the record, yes. So as we're going through, listen to whether you think and how much of it you think is coming in through direct evidence. And if there's evidence in the record about it, the prosecutor is entitled to talk to the jury about reasonable inferences from the evidence. In other words, he can make an argument from the fact that Brian Walshe uh, uh, was querying the internet. And that's how I'm going to say this. I'm not going to talk about Googling or Safari or anything else. I'm going to talk about querying the internet. To the extent he was querying the internet about divorce and divorce in Washington, D.C., and what are the best states for treating a man well in a divorce. The prosecutor, since that's in evidence, clearly can talk about that to the jury, and he can argue reasonable inferences for that. In other words, why would Brian Walshe be asking those questions if he didn't have divorce on his mind, or if he wasn't worried that Anna Walshe might be filing for divorce? So that's an example of this. But it has to be in evidence in order to be able to comment. In one shape or form or another, there has to be enough in evidence to then allow the prosecutor to argue reasonable inferences that focus on guilt. All right, let's see what else is here. Karen Feda, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Where do I think they are improving premeditation, concerned about hung jury? Let me take the hung jury part first. If the jury hangs, the prosecution can retry for murder one, or the prosecutor can then say, we tried murder one, and we couldn't get them to go there. Now we're willing to talk to Brian Walshe about a plea deal to murder two, let's say. So it's always within their decision to try it again, or then to say, now we're willing to talk about a plea. So I don't know that the fact that there's a hung jury is a huge disadvantage. It's a disappointment, and it would certainly be considered a win for the defense if they could get a hung jury here. But I don't think the jury will hang. I think there will be enough showing premeditation, the divorce queries, the comments about Anna Walshe dead, the information that Brian Walshe knew that she was having an affair, the information that he could have seen the picture of the necklace that her William Faustow, the man with whom she was having an affair, gave her. Let me think what else is in there. As I'm doing this, you may be remembering other things. I'm not going to try to sit here and think of all of them. There's enough there, I think, from which the jury can hang its hat. And then all the stuff on January 1, they just need enough to be able to hang a hat, because the stuff on January 1, I think, inclines them to find him guilty of murder one. And the January 1 stuff, although it's all after, not before, there is some information in those queries that also would go to premeditation. He mentions murder in a couple of the internet queries, which certainly suggests that it's not, she just doesn't die in bed. He mentions murder. He also, at one point, I'm trying to think, there was something else in them that I think will help the prosecutor with regard to premeditation. So I think there's enough. And I think the jury is inclined to go that way, or maybe strongly inclined to go that way. And as long as there's enough that they can grab, I think they will do it. And I don't know if I read the premeditation instruction here. I know I did it on my recap last night, and also on Courtroom Confidential, Josh Ritter's show. I don't have it right here right now, but essentially for premeditation, it doesn't need to be weeks or days. It can be formed in a moment. What has to happen is, first you get the idea, then you make the decision, then you do it. And if it's that sequence, it could be half minute, a minute. On Courtroom Confidential last night, Josh Ritter described what he used to do in murder cases with premeditation, and he would liken it to being and it's a really good way to describe it, coming up to an intersection and the light is turning yellow. and you're trying to decide, should I try to get through? And so you think to yourself, do I have enough time to get through before the light turns red? Does it matter to me if the light turns red if I'm going through? Should I stop here? And then you make the decision to go. You've been thinking about it, you decide to go, and you go. That would be premeditation. And you know how fast you would do that at an intersection, because the light going from yellow to red happens very, very, very quickly. So we all have experienced what the court would say is premeditation in our lives. So now we're at 9:35. This was not just a simple little sidebar. I wonder what is happening that has led to it. Now, if there is some sort of decision in a case involving Brian Walshe's mother, maybe there's a worry that that's now being reported, and has the jury seen anything about it? Maybe the prosecutor wants to use evidence from what happened in that trial or in that hearing, and they're arguing about that. And all I'm doing now is pure supposition. I have not an iota of information that my guesses are correct. But it has to be something that is percolated between when the jury, when we left at 4 yesterday and today, that has come up in some way or another. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Betty said she enjoyed me with Josh. Thank you very much. He has a really good show, and he's got a lot of experience, and he does. I think he does a really good job. So if you haven't ever seen Courtroom Confidential, you might want to give it a try. Okay. Question from Ollie 1951 is what hearing? I'm only operating on what I have seen in the chat. And that is that there is a hearing going on between the landlord of the house in which Brian Walshe was living on January 1, 2023, and the landlord is suing. And the landlord is suing Brian Walshe's mother because I think her name was on the lease, and she certainly was paying the rent, for damage to the house. And I think that's the hearing or lawsuit that's going on right now that's being referred to. Okay. Question from Aloha Sam, where are the children? I don't know for sure. What I know is Anna's mother has tried, but she's had visa issues getting to the States. I am told, but I do not know this from anything I've read myself, that Brian Walshe's mother tried, and she was denied the ability for temporary custody. That that Anna Walshe has a sister in Canada. I don't know to the extent to which she has tried to get custody. And from all I know, the children are in foster care right now. I don't know what the sister in Canada is doing. If it was my brother's children, I would fight tooth and nail to get temporary custody while the mother of the children was on trial for murder. And so I'm assuming that's how Anna Walshe's sister feels, but I don't know. Not all families are close. Okay, let's see. Oh, isn't that nice? Walk Away, Renee. That's a great song. Says that my answers to questions here are good. They're so good that she thinks if she's ever called as a juror, she's going to be a better juror because of it. I hope that's true. And I hope if you're called, you will serve, because it's a really important function of citizenship. It's an inconvenience for a lot of us, but it's a really important function that people who are of good faith and good judgment and care about things being done correctly and in the right way serve on juries. Okay, here's a question from Annie Coetzee. If he was guilty of manslaughter, could he be able to inherit? I don't know what the rules are in Massachusetts, but generally, uh, if you're convicted of causing the death of someone, you are not then able to inherit if you're listed as a beneficiary on a will or, anything like that. But I don't know what Massachusetts rules are. Let's see. Are there other questions or comments that I might share? Louisa 3707 is kiddingly saying maybe the sidebar is because the jury panel was somehow tainted. Well, we're now going on about 30 minutes, so it's a very long sidebar. So it's not a, minor issue here. Let's see. I don't know what this means. Gen X to the seventh power. If the proffers have any requests for member emojis, let us know. I think that means that I'm now with regard to YouTube, because of the number of you who have subscribed, and thank you so much again for subscribing, that we can now have members. But I have said before, all of this is new to me. I've never seen anything in writing that explains everything that YouTube does. And I have tried a little. I won't say that I've spent half my lifetime trying to find, but I have tried a little. And it's not as readily accessible and readily clear as it might be. So, but I think maybe that means that you can become a member. If so, I would love to have you as members. Okay. Janet Norris asked me if I would send the link to the specific conversation I had with Emily regarding the hole in the ceiling. I don't know what that means. I don't even know what the reference to Emily is. So I can't, I would send you, I would try to send you a link, Janet Norris, if I had a conversation with Emily regarding the hole in the ceiling, but I didn't. And I'm not sure who you're referring to as Emily. So let's see. Okay, Amber's now saying there's a court case where that's what I was summarizing, not as well as I think she's going to do, where the owner of the Cohasset home where they were living is suing Diana Walshe, Brian's mother, for $400,000 in damages. And it's not because of the damages. Now my memory is jogged. It's not because there were damages to the house. In other words, the hole in the ceiling, those sorts of things. It's because since there was a murder committed there, he's having trouble getting anybody to rent the house. And it is certainly true that when there's a murder in a home, the value of the house may go down. In fact, I think that in some states, when the seller is trying to sell a house, that there's an obligation in the realtor to disclose to everyone that it was a house in which a murder happened. Okay, so Amber W87 thinks that I am approved for memberships. That happened early this morning. The Patreon opportunity is still in the building process. So, and I assume that those of you in the chat understand that. I mean, I think I do, but I don't know it well enough that I'd want to try to explain it. Okay. Sue Joy, RWNWY said she just subscribed. Thank you very much. I'm getting sort of close to 10,000. Maybe not, I should say I'm probably closer to 9,000 than 10,000. I would love to get to 10,000. That just seems to me to be a kind of a milestone that would be fun to have. Okay. We're wondering what in the world is going on in this courtroom. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. And the problem is, it may be when they finally break sidebar and come out to us, we're not going to know. We may be able to guess if, let's say, the prosecutor wants to introduce a particular kind of evidence. We may be able to guess because of what happens, but if the judge says no to whatever the request is, we may never know. Okay. Miranda B is asking, is the babysitter that was there on the 1st of January on the witness list? I have not seen the full witness list, but I have been told that she is on the list. That doesn't mean she'll be called, because lawyers put people on witnesses lists and then don't call them. And sometimes that's tactical, because then the other side has to spend some time vetting and doing some research and doing some work as to what they would do if the witness is called. Okay, so here I see Emily Baker is apparently who the Emily reference was to. Emily, there's an Emily Baker show, and I think she's been covering trials and legal issues for a while, certainly longer than I have. And so that's the reference. So then I will say again, I have not talked to her. So that question is the question I had earlier. I can't answer about the link. Oh, Michelle Salter says, I'm going to hit 10,000 before this trial is over. All I can say is from your mouth to God's ears. Okay. A question from another opinion. Do I think New Year's Eve noise, fireworks, may have had any bearing on the timing of the murder? I don't. And where I am, we don't have fireworks on New Year's Eve. So we wouldn't have New Year's Eve noise like that. I don't know if Cohasset does, but I don't think it was anything external that caused what happened. I think it was something that may have been weighing on Brian Walshe, and he'd been looking at divorce. He'd been looking at the fact that she was making the money, which he's a con artist, and in some respects, he was happy to live on his mother's money, but it also could be ego deflating to feel that your wife is paying for everything. I think the risk that the 3 boys were going to be with her in DC, if there was a divorce, might have been bothering him, might have been bothering him. I think she may have been less affectionate with him, and that he may have detected. I think it had to be ego deflating to know that she was having an affair with someone. I think all those different things, and at the time he hadn't been sentenced on the federal case, on the federal charges yet. So all those different things were all affecting him. And then something after the dinner guests left triggered it. She might have been cleaning up downstairs. It might have been a random remark from her. It might have been her saying we need to talk about where where we are and what's going on next in our lives. We'll never know, because we couldn't trust anything that Brian Walshe said about it. But that's what I think happened. They might have started with an amicable discussion in it, but it didn't end in an amicable place. Okay. Okay. And Gen X to the 7th power saying the free way to support is by liking and subscribing. That's true. And she said it is so appreciated. That is very true, because liking and subscribing doesn't cost you anything, and it helps whatever the algorithm does. It helps it on YouTube. And if it helps my algorithm, then it helps me in terms of what I can do, when I can do it, how I can do it, and how much I can do it. So yes, subscribing is great. Hitting a like is great. Making a comment is great. And membership, which is actually paid, would also be great. But you don't have to, the free stuff is still there and still very helpful. Okay. I'm getting some people who say they're glad I'm doing this, and I'm really glad I'm doing it too. Okay. Oh, D and W Northwest Florida Gulf. Oh, I think that is what that is. DI Northwest Florida Gulf just subscribed. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, and here's more information on Emily Baker. She did a video on the lawsuit against Brian Walsh's mother. The homeowner's insurance isn't covering the repairs and cleaning, and Michelle Salter says that's often true in your house insurance. So that's more helpful. And if there are people here who are interested in that lawsuit, since Emily Baker did a video on it, you may want to check her out and see what she has to say about the that lawsuit. Okay. Maureen Conroy, does the court reporter record the sidebars? Yes, because on appeal, if Brian Walsh is convicted on appeal, he may challenge, he can challenge judges' rulings. Some of them happen at sidebars. So yes, that the sidebars are part of the entire appellate record and can be pointed to by the defendant on appeal. And in fact, for those of you who follow the Adelson case, that is the murder of Florida State law professor Dan Markell, now 10 years ago, and they've had 4 trials and 5 convictions in that case.
Unmuted.
It's also. I have it here.
We're starting. But there was a sidebar there that actually, on a motion for a new trial, the judge
back up here.
transcript the sidebar in. Well, that was a 45-minute sidebar. Let's hope she tells us about it. He doesn't look so happy and confident today, does he? He looks fidgety. So maybe he knows what the sidebar was about. Look at him. It would be interesting if we could pose a little, video clip of what he looked like yesterday and what he looks like now, because I see a really big difference. Dave Finnegan says 10,000 is easy peasy. Again, from your mouth to God's ears. It doesn't look easy to me as it inches up little by little by little. But I shouldn't fixate it on anyway. I'm really thrilled with the 9,000 of you who have subscribed. It's a great thing, and I'm so appreciative. And what happens next happens, but where we are is just really terrific. And thank you, proffers. And I hope you all will be proffers. Yeah, it's been great so far. And I love doing the trials with you. I love the questions. I love watching the trials. I love, commenting on what's going on as it's going on. And now what's happening? Excuse me. We're out of, maybe the jury now has decided they don't want to come out. They're having a good time in the jury room. And it's late, and so they figure, why should we come out now? The judge didn't start on time. We're gonna just assert our rights and stay where we are. That would be an interesting thing to happen. I don't know that I've ever heard it happening. So we would initiate something new. It would be a big day. Okay. Proffer Kim. Oh, thank you. Proffer Kim. Don't you love that? I do. Can Brian's defense change the plea to guilty and agree with the prosecution for a lower sentence, even if this time are not possible? Generally, I would say yes. The defendant can plead any time, but there's something, and I've got to find some time to look into this. There's something I'm told in Massachusetts law that does not allow a defendant to plead to murder, or at least murder one, which seems extraordinary to me. But if that's true, then I don't know that he would be able to plead. But generally speaking, sure, you can plead. You don't have to go to trial. You don't have to get a bargain. You can say, I did it. I'm going to admit I did it, and let's move forward. And you can do it at any time. Okay. Neverly Darlene says, nannies know all the juicy juice. That could well be true. And Louisa says, you can tell by Brian Walsh's choice of clothes that he is a high-maintenance con man. Yep. And R. Sherby says she thinks Brian Walsh thought he wouldn't get prison time if he was the only parent to take care of the kids. That's really, I mean, I didn't put it that way, but and I wasn't thinking of it that way. I think that's a really good point, that if Anna Walsh was starting to press to have the kids with her in DC, then he would lose one of the main arguments he would have against, having any time behind bars. Really good point. Thank you, R. Sherby. Oh, Annalie Finch wants to change what what YouTube does. There should be a love heart icon in addition to the thumbs up. I had no idea that there wasn't a love heart icon. So thank you. I've learned something today. Love learning something. And that's not being sarcastic or snarky. I really do, no matter what it is. I just figure I'm going forward. I've got a little more. I'm not Sherlock Holmes, who believes if you put something in, you have to take something out, that the brain only has a set capacity. I think I mentioned this once already, that Sherlock Holmes' view that if something comes in, something has to go out, was expressed in response to a question or an amazement that he did not know that the earth revolved around the sun. And his answer was, if that little piece of information is in there, then some other piece of information that I need to be a good investigator won't be. And so, that information can't come in, which is a pretty significant idea of what you're going to have in your brain. It's really a sort of a laser focused about what you're going to put in your brain. It has to be related to your work. And if it's related to the cosmos or things that everybody knows, he didn't care. So, okay. Hiker Oz wants to know how Brian Walsh could shop so much on house arrest. You mean when he was running around buying the $450 of cleaning supplies and that sort of thing? His house arrest, I don't know whether it allowed him to do necessary shopping. It might well have. And then, how are you going to? Then the question is the extent to which the monitors are going to be paying attention to what he's doing when he's shopping, as long as it's within the close area and is in stores that would be on a list or be reasonable that he would shop in. Okay. Oh, that's a good point. JMCG 888 says he or she loves that they have fans going when it's 20 degrees in Massachusetts right now. I didn't even think about that. That's true. You'd think it would be cool enough just not having the heat on. Okay, here's something that's coming on STS. If it can be proven that he knew about the affair, would this not be premeditated? Well, it would be an element in the case of showing premeditation that the jury could use to conclude there was premeditation. So, yeah, I mean, in itself, it's not premeditation. I mean, it's not like him saying, I was angry at her and therefore I thought about it and then I decided and then I did it. But it's certainly an element in showing premeditation. And it's certainly an element in showing motive. So yes, it's important. Okay. Okay. Karen I don't know that I'm pronouncing it right. If I'm not, say something in the text. Karen Feda, is the trial open to reporters and YouTubers or any there? Trials have to be open in public. You don't have closed public trials for adults. I mean, closed trials for adults. So I assume there are reporters in the courtroom because certainly the case is being reported. Are there YouTubers there? There certainly could be because it's an open courtroom and anybody can get online to go in. I don't know. We haven't seen a camera scan of the courtroom, but I would be surprised if the courtroom is full for this trial. Could be, but I guess there will be reporters there. And of course, there's a pool camera. That's how we're seeing it. So, yes. Okay. Is it possible that Brian Walshe gave one or more of the children a sleeping drug to ensure they wouldn't awaken during the crime. You know, it's possible if you assume that he had already known that he was going to kill her that morning. And I don't know that there's anything in particular that would lead one to conclude that he had already decided before the dinner. Because if so, why didn't he have some of the cleaning supplies already there? I mean, he's such a beginner. Okay, we're going to start. So quiet, be quiet. And it's now 50 minutes that we took before we got to this
You
point.
want this back? Yes, please.
There's a comment here about getting kids into Canada being a problem. If they were my nephews, I would move to the States if at all possible in order to have custody and keep them out of foster care. Maybe she's not in a position to do it, but boy, I would try. Carmela Migliore just subscribed. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Do you have the,
Jurors entering.
Okay, the jury is here.
thank you.
Feta is correct. Thank you, Karen Feta. And Diana for Justice says Matt Johnson from Core TV is there in the courtroom.
Hear ye. All persons having interview with the Honorable Justice Diane Fernand, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attention, you shall be heard. Represent the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phone.
I love it the way they start. I just love it. I wish I had a recording of it. I'd play it for myself every morning.
We'll start today as we do every day with the questions. Were you able to comply, jurors, with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Be able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
While they're doing this, I'm going to have to go off a little
Comply with my
before
order that
11
you not access any social media or go on and take in
for
news.
a little while. I'm having an IT issue with one of the programs on my laptop that caused me a problem yesterday. So I've got an IT appointment during this break, and I'll probably leave a couple of minutes early. And hopefully the IT problem will be resolved in no time at all.
Jurors, for the record, all jurors answering in the affirmative to all 4 questions. We can have the witness back on the stand.
Oh, Maureen Conroy has a great point. Where did he get the cash to pay for the cleaning supplies? Maybe they came from his mother. And that might implicate her. Well, all it would show is that she is handing him money right and left. We know that's happening. Okay,
Are you
here we go.
Yes.
Matthew Sheehan is back on
Can you
the
proceed,
stand.
Attorney Tipton?
Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. I'm going to return to the home in a minute, but I want to ask you some very specific questions about some of the specific evidence that you testified to yesterday. Yesterday, you were asked about Exhibit 248 that you described as white powder residue on the portion of the rug that was labeled 16-7. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And this white powder residue, that has nothing to do with what we were talking about on cross-examination about this white coloring or discoloration up in the second floor bedroom, correct? That's completely different.
Yes, completely different.
And I think I heard you say on direct examination that the white powder residue on Exhibit 248 had been sent out to another unit?
Yes.
Examination?
Correct.
And was that the arson unit of the?
Yes.
And right now, as you sit here, do you know what that white powder was?
Yes.
And what was it?
From what I recall from the report, it was baking powder.
Okay, it's baking powder. And Mr. Sheehan, you've seen photographs of the rug that was found in Peabody in the dumpster area, and you've seen photographs where there are additional clumps of what appears to be baking soda or some other substance, correct?
Correct.
And if you know, on those other portions of the rug where you see those clumps, is it your assessment that that's also baking powder?
I don't know. It was not tested.
You would agree, wouldn't you, with me, Mr. Sheehan, that throughout the home that was searched in Cohasset, that not only was there certain items seized that may have been opened, for instance, bottles or containers found in the basement, but there was also items that appeared to be never opened or ever used, correct?
In regards to what bottles? What bottles are you talking about?
Well, I'm actually talking about some of the cleaning items that were located in the basement, the mops, brooms, buckets, pails, some of those having the label of Lowe's. They didn't appear to have been used for any reason.
Correct.
And so, if you recall, you testified yesterday about a cabinet that was up above the refrigerator in the kitchen, and you said that in that cabinet there was a knife and also a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, correct?
Correct.
And was that hydrogen peroxide that was found in that cabinet up in the kitchen above the refrigerator, had that been opened?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So it's fair to say, without going down an exhaustive list, that there were numerous items found in Cohasset that had apparently never been used for any purpose. They were still in, for lack of a better phrase, brand new, unused condition.
From what I recall, but I didn't specifically look at each and every item.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in an investigation like this, you're looking for red-brown stains because you told us on direct examination that you were looking for blood, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in no report that you wrote did you ever use the phrase blood spatter or anything similar to blood splatter, correct?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that you did not determine that what you saw anywhere in the house was indicative of blood spatter evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And if you can, sir, can you tell the jury briefly, or in your own words, what you consider to be, as a forensic specialist, blood spatter evidence?
Blood spatter in general is blood in flight.
And it results from somebody, perhaps, stabbing someone with a knife, and in the movement of the knife, blood evidence flies off the knife and spatters onto a surface, correct?
Yes.
And then when you see blood spatter, then you would analyze it and you would look for directionality and things like that to determine the directionality of the blood flowing from an instrument, correct?
I wouldn't be doing that. It would be a assigned bloodstain analyst. It would be done in the lab, however, just not by me.
All right, and I apologize. I really wasn't implying that you would do it, but in describing what blood spatter is, you would agree that that's what some analysts that may examine biological evidence found at the scene, that they would analyze it in that way. They would look for directionality and things like that.
Yes.
And there was nothing in this home that you're aware of that could be described as blood spatter evidence.
That is correct.
You were also asked a question yesterday on direct examination about luminol toward the very end of the direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you gave a brief definition for the jurors of what luminol is, correct?
Correct.
You saw no evidence of any container that had contained anything like luminol in the Cohasset home, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, you have no evidence that luminol was ever used in the home in Cohasset by anyone, correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you something a little bit about this testing, the instrument that you used for testing. Yesterday, you referred to swab K in Exhibit 216, photograph 1066. If I could have, if you don't mind, Exhibit 216, Ms. Gilman. And those are the swabs that you would then use, that you collected from some of the basement floor stains, the A through G, correct?
Yes.
And could I now have Exhibit 217, photograph 1067? That, what we saw yesterday is, that is a Ceratec instrument, so to speak, that the Mass State Police uses to then analyze something like a stain you would find on the floor, like you did in the basement, to determine if it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And that, you tell the jury, when you talked about screening tests and confirmatory tests, was that the screening test or a confirmatory test?
This is the confirmatory test.
Now, there are certain protocols that you, as a forensic analyst, have to use the Ceratec product, right?
Yes.
And and without going into it, I think it's fair to say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, whenever you use that instrument, you used it correctly, didn't you?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to believe that the results that you relied on in testing the biological evidence in this case, that the evidence that flowed from this Ceratec instrument was erroneous, correct?
Correct.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that these instruments are very sensitive, correct?
Yes.
And the protocols actually suggest in using this instrument that you shouldn't use a liquid that is undiluted because it may overwhelm the instrument. So you dilute it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the sensitivity of the Ceratec HEM instrument that you used, by the way, HEM, H-E-M, does that stand for hemoglobin?
It is I believe so. I'm not sure if it stands for hemoglobin or not.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. That is the substance of the blood that this testing instrument is testing for, correct?
Yes.
And it's sensitive to the point that it can determine the presence of hemoglobin at the quantity of 20 nanograms per milliliter. That's what it says in the protocols, right?
It sounds correct. I would have to review the protocol.
Okay. And just as I'm going to look for that, I'll just ask you this. 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm correct, aren't I, that a nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
Yes.
So 20 nanograms is simply 20 billionths of a gram, correct?
Correct.
That is, and I'm not a scientist like you, but that's a pretty small amount of substance, isn't it?
Yes.
It's something that you can't even see with just your plain old eyes, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that in checking this home for blood evidence, that you were using an instrument that if you swabbed an area of the home, you could detect the presence of hemoglobin if it only was there in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Correct.
And the only place in this home in Cohasset that you found anything of blood evidence of significance were those areas you told us about in the basement, correct?
Correct.
See, I don't understand this. They agree that he cut her up. So why worry about how much blood you found? No matter what it was, they admit that he cut her up.
May I approach you?
You may.
You mentioned
only thing that-
protocols, and then it sounded right when I said 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm just going to show you page 2 of the protocols. Just ask you to read it to yourself. And after having done that, if you could just look up and tell me you read it.
I mean, if the point is where, you could do that without
Yes.
So
this sort of.
having reviewed that document, do you recognize that document as protocols applicable to the blood testing issue we've been talking about?
That is the protocol that comes with the Sarachek card itself. We also have internal lab protocols that we follow for the specific testing.
You will agree that the protocol that I just showed you, though, does specifically state that the sensitivity of this instrument is at 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
So when you collect biological evidence at the scene, it cohabited, you're not trying to quantify what it is you're finding, correct?
Correct.
So it can be a very tiny amount, correct?
Yes.
And that tiny amount, and we're talking about something of 20 nanograms per milliliter, you didn't find anything, even in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter in that upstairs bedroom we talked about yesterday, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say as we moved through the house, we didn't find anything, a minuscule amount of biological evidence of hemoglobin on the stairway, correct?
Correct.
Nor did you find it in the living room area that you examined, correct?
Yes.
Yes, no, you did not find it.
Correct.
That's fine, it's my fault. And you did not find it anywhere in the kitchen area, correct?
Correct.
So somebody can try to clean a floor, and somebody can try to clean a bathroom area. But if they leave something as small as 20 nanograms per milliliter of biological evidence, this instrument that you rely on could detect it, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Could I have exhibit number 97, please?
He's making it sound as though Brian Walshe may have strangled her and then brought her to the basement.
You see the rug in exhibit 97?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that that rug is the rug that you testified to yesterday?
It looks similar, but I can't confirm if it is or not.
And do you recognize the room that that rug is in with the fireplace?
Yes, this looks like the first floor living room.
Okay, and that's the room that you examined, correct?
I did not do a full examination. It was one of those areas that I did a brief visual exam as I was walking through to the second floor and first floor.
All right, if you can take down exhibit 97. Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. In any event, when you went into that living room, and whether you made a cursory inspection, and no one told you could only spend a little bit of time in the living room, that's fair to say, right?
Correct.
You could spend as long as you needed to find whatever it was you were looking for, and that was blood, right?
Yes.
And you could have torn up the floor in the living room like they did up in the second floor room if you had any reason to believe that there was blood or biological evidence in that living room, correct?
Correct.
And you could look for what we just talked about, the blood spatter evidence on the fireplace that you see in exhibit 97. You could do all those things. But what happened was when you went through the living room, you saw nothing that gave you pause to look at that room for biological evidence other than walking through it, looking, and then moving on to another area, correct?
Correct.
And that rug that is seen in exhibit 97, lying on the floor, there was simply no evidence on the floor area in front of the fireplace that there was any biological evidence of any significance. And when you, right, let me cut that off, right?
Correct.
And when you were examining that area, and was that on January 9th or January 8th?
January 8th.
So when you were examining that area on January 8th, that rug wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
So that entire floor was in plain view, was it?
Yes.
And it'd be pretty easy, wouldn't it, for you or any one of your colleagues to examine that particular area of the floor to see if there was any biological evidence on the floor where that rug had been, right? And you testified yesterday extensively on direct examination that there are numerous parts of pieces of rug that you examined, and you told the jury about the red-brown stains you saw on that rug and those pieces, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever, as one of the forensic scientists involved in this case, did you ever piece together the fragments of the rug that you testified to yesterday?
I did not. That would not be my unit if it was requested for analysis.
Do you know if anybody did in the Mass State Police crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
I want to turn your attention now briefly to the knife that you testified to yesterday that was found in the cabinet above the refrigerator, okay? And if we can have Exhibit 201, please, Ms. Gilman. Once again, that's the cabinet, correct?
Yes.
And inside that cabinet, you found a knife, correct?
Correct.
And inside that cabinet, we see various items, including boxes, what appears to be bottles of hydrogen peroxide.
Yes.
And we also see can you tell the jury what they see in the right side of Exhibit 201, another container with a red label and white lid on it?
That is hydrogen peroxide wipes.
Okay. And were those wipes also in apparent brand new condition? They hadn't been opened?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could we have Exhibit 202, Ms. Gilman? And if I may, do you know, Mr. Sheehan, if then when someone was taking this photograph, if that is the exact condition of how the knife was found?
Yes, it is.
And that was after someone removed, and I say someone like one of your colleagues, they removed that bottle of hydrogen peroxide and those wipes.
Yes.
You told us yesterday that there was a screening test conducted on that knife, correct?
Yes.
But there was no confirmatory test, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say then that you, as you sit here today, you can't tell us whether whatever you characterized as screening test results as possible blood, you don't know if it's blood or not.
That is correct.
And since you didn't do a confirmatory test, you certainly can't tell us that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that on item number 1-8, which is the knife, Exhibit 215, that you otherwise didn't see any visible stains, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say, if I understand your testimony from yesterday, that on this knife that was found above the refrigerator, you neither saw any visible stains, red blood stains, and you don't know what it was on the preliminary screening test, whether it was blood or not, correct?
Correct. It was only a screening test positive.
And if you know, Mr. Sheehan, that sample that you collected from that knife was never subjected to any further testing.
Correct.
So there is no evidence whatsoever that that knife had any biological substance on it, like blood at all, right?
Aside from the positive screening test, no.
But the screen test doesn't tell us it's blood.
That is correct.
If I could have, Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 208. Yesterday, you see that photograph, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And you described that as the bottom basement step in the Cohasset home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how that step came to become broken, or however you want to characterize it?
I was notified that someone, when they were doing a preliminary search around the house had stepped on it and it broke.
Okay. And so you don't know if it was cracked before that person you just described actually then completely broke.
I don't.
You have no idea, as you sit here today, what condition that stair was in when it then thereafter was reported as being broken by, I'm just going to say, one of your colleagues or one of the Mass State Police people?
Correct.
But you did say that there was a blood stain that's indicated there on the bottom piece of wood lying on the concrete floor.
It was a red-brown stain. I did not do confirmatory testing in the lab on this one.
Okay. So we don't know if that stain is indicative of blood or not.
It is indicative of blood, but so it had screened positive, but no confirmatory testing was done.
Okay. But you can't, it could be blood though.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, Mr. Sheehan, that who specifically from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, other criminalists, were there examining the home on January 8th and January 9th?
On January 9th, briefly, Davis Gould was there before he had went to do the Volvo and to do the examination at the trash collection site.
And also, do you know a trooper named Stephanie Devlin?
Yes.
And she was there, correct?
Correct. She's assigned to the crime scene services section. She's the one that took majority of the photos.
All right. And she was involved in also not only taking the photos, but was she also involved in conducting and assisting in conducting latent print examination?
Yes.
And who else was there?
I would have to refer to my notes. There was a large amount of people there from both the crime scene services section and the detective unit.
Do you know of anyone named Sullivan?
Heather Sullivan?
Well, there's two, I guess. Heather Sullivan. Tell us about Heather Sullivan.
She was assigned to the crime scene services section, and I believe she was the one who took photos of everything at the trash collection site.
Okay. Are you familiar with any other Sullivan who is a trooper that was at the scene examining the home at Cohasset?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. And could you just estimate, as the best you can for me, how many people from the Mass State Police were there examining the home? Let's start on January 8th.
I would approximate about 10.
And how about January 9th? Once again, we understand it's an approximation.
I'd say about 15.
And it's fair to say that both on January 8th and January 9th, that those people were there for all day doing their work, correct?
Correct.
And their work included looking for any evidence and examining every single room in that house for it, right?
Correct.
When you differentiate between the crime lab and crime scene services, can you just briefly, once again, tell the jury the difference between the two units?
So the crime scene services section is essentially the sworn division of criminalistics. They do all of the testing for fingerprints and any type of impression evidence, as well as documentation with both photo and video. We are both criminalistics and crime scene services are under the umbrella of the crime lab.
So they're trained professionals with combined years of experience looking for any and everything that could be significant in the investigation of a case, correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you're working with groups like that, number of people, 5, 10, is it fair to say that when you get together at a crime scene or where you think a crime was committed, you collaborate, you talk with each other about what you saw or what you might not see? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in the course of an investigation like this, you would then review perhaps your colleagues' reports or their notes, so you have a better idea of the entire scope of the investigation.
Correct.
And you rely on those reports, don't you, to be accurate and to reflect what was found at a scene, correct?
Yes.
And And so there's something called field notes that you and your colleagues fill out, correct?
Yes.
Those field notes are handwritten, correct?
Yes.
And what you do is and tell me if I'm wrong, you fill out specific things in handwriting as you're making observations or shortly thereafter. And then later on, you take those handwritten notes and you put them into a typewritten report, correct?
Correct.
And those field notes are included in the file and the case-related file, the criminalist file, the CSS file, regarding a particular case like this one, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, I asked you if you were aware of that in one or more rooms, if baseboards have been removed to examine a particular room, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize. I implied that it was one of your rooms. You said, I don't remember.
I believe so.
But it's fair to say that based on your review of your colleagues' notes of examining this Cohasset home, in fact, the notes, field notes, and the reports do indicate, at least in some instances, that baseboards of certain rooms were removed as you and your colleagues were searching for any evidence of biological.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Some judges, and she's one of them, do not want the discussion of the basis of the objection to be heard by the jury. Because if the objection is sustained, then it doesn't do much good if the discussion of why you're objecting is something the jury hears. He continues not to look very confident today. So again, I do not understand, except to the extent he's trying to sow a little confusion with the jury, why all the focus on the knife. There was a hacksaw, there was a wire cutter, there was a hammer, there was a hatchet, I think. So the knife wasn't used. I mean, it doesn't go very far to show nothing else was used. Plus, they have agreed that Brian Walshe was responsible for what happened to her after she died. So why does it matter whether it was the blood or something else? I do not understand spending time on something that seems to be not essential in that there were other weapons, and extraneous since it has nothing to do with the defense they're mounting.
Judge, before I ask this next question, I think maybe I come to sidebar.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
May.
They were just there. It looks like the prosecutor objection to the last question was sustained, so he's moving on, and it appears as though whatever he wants to ask now may be related to the last objection. So now he has to find out whether he can ask this question or how he can ask this question. Again, this is longer than one would think it needs to be. I'm getting a question here about updates in the Markel case. I know of none. I think it's just sitting there. Donna's working on her appeal. Charlie's appeal hasn't even been scheduled for oral argument. Wendy is still living her life in Texas. And I guess Harvey's in Florida visiting Donna, who, the last I heard, has not yet been moved to a permanent prison placement.
Mr. Sheehan, you told us a moment ago that you do collaborate with your fellow colleagues at a scene like this,
Yes.
and that you do review their reports and their notes so you get a better picture of the entire scope of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you said you acknowledge that you know who Trooper Devlin is, correct?
Correct.
This is
And did you,
foundation.
in fact, review her reports in conjunction with all your other colleagues' reports specific to the examination of the home at Cohasset?
Yes.
And it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, Mr. Sheehan, for you to look at something in this particular home, Cohasset home, on January 9th. And it would be important to you to know that that's something like discoloration on the floor that you observed on January 9th had not been observed there on January 8th. Would that be important to you in assessing the scope of the evidence that was being looked at?
In regards to my examination, I don't believe so.
Do you recall reviewing Trooper Devlin's notes regarding whether the discoloration on the second floor bedroom was not seen on January 8th?
I would have to actually review her notes again. I definitely reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes, I did not review.
She didn't mention something in her report that he wants to get out, the defense lawyer.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Yeah. She in her notes, she evidently did not mention what he saw on January 9th, and the defense lawyer is trying to get through this witness that she didn't see it. That's why he laid that foundation about you review notes as part of your job, to show that he'd be in a position to answer the question. And that's obviously what that second sidebar was about. But, you know, the general issue with notes, defense lawyers do this a lot. When you're taking notes at the scene, law enforcement, you often don't put everything in the notes. You also sometimes you misstate something that in the notes, you mishear what a witness said. And the defense lawyers, I used glop yesterday. Today I'm going to glom on some of that to show that the notes were accurate and therefore something wasn't there. And now he's trying to get through this witnesses. So if it wasn't there on 1/8, that has to be significant. Maybe it was transfer of blood, you know, from one hand to another. It doesn't have to be something that you really found that was there because they didn't find it the day before. That's evidently what he's trying to get in through this witness, and he's having trouble doing it so far. And they preserve their notes. Lots of places, the officers type up their notes thereafter, and then they destroy the handwritten notes that they did at the scene. He's going to start, or I would tell you a little anecdote.
I'll find it. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, I'm showing you a 2-page report. Can you just tell us if that report indicates whose report?
Yes, it does.
And whose report is it?
Trooper Stephanie Devlin.
War Foundation.
You just told the jury that it would be one of the reports you'd review in the context of the investigation.
Yes.
And I would ask you, if you would, sir, to read to yourself this second numbered paragraph. Just read it to yourself and then look up and tell us when you're done.
As long as he's doing that. It was a case in which the defendant had some, I'm not going to remember the real details, but some hobby, and there was a particular tool that was used. It might have been, he might have been a sculptor, and the officer in the notes called it a chiseling thing. And the defense lawyer said, well, it couldn't have been the defendant who said it because the defendant is expert in this area and he would have used the term. Well, what evidently happened was the law enforcement person didn't know the term and he just wrote in his notes.
Discoloration that was observed on January 9th was not observed on January 8th up in the second bedroom.
As to that form sustained,
Does the content of that second paragraph of Trooper Devlin's report refresh your recollection about whether the discoloration in the second floor bedroom upstairs was not seen on January 8th, but was seen on January 9th?
In terms of her report, I did not visualize the bedroom on the first day, so I can't say for certain if it was there or not. I would have to go by her report.
So her report does not refresh your recollection?
Correct.
He lost. Anyway, so in my little story, it was the officers trying to write in his report what his understanding of was of the tool. He wasn't
I want to
quoting.
focus now your attention on what was described yesterday as dark gray slippers, item number 9-27. If I could have Ms. Gilman exhibit 230.
He wasn't quoting the defendant, but the defense tried to make a big point out of it. So Annie K wants to know why they're doing sidebars. They're not taking the place of the
You recognize
objections.
that, don't you, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And that is an item that has been marked as 9-27.
That is correct.
And you described for the jury yesterday that there was red-brown stains on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Top and bottom, correct?
Yes.
And you went into some detail on direct examination describing how you took pains to try to collect samples from the interior of exhibit 230, item 927, to try to find, quote, skin cells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were purposefully trying to avoid collecting red blood cells or collect samples from what you perceive to be red blood cells. I'm sorry, red blood stains.
Yes.
You actually used the word control. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did use the phrase to avoid, quote, cross-contamination, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by cross-contamination?
During a sample collection, if there are visible red-brown stains in an area, I would try to avoid that when collecting for potential recovery of skin cells. Knowing that these red-brown stains could be potentially blood, I wanted to avoid combining a skin cell collection with a blood collection.
And what was the purpose then of trying to collect, quote, skin cells, epithelial cells?
The skin cells themselves would help identify a person who would have been using the item or wearing them, how they would normally be worn.
And you have no direct knowledge of how of who these slippers are, do you?
I don't.
And you have no direct knowledge how any of the red-brown staining came to be onto this exhibit 230, do you?
I don't.
And do you, in fact, know, Mr. Sheehan, exactly where these dark gray slippers were found?
I don't recall which trash bag, but they were recovered from the trash collection site.
And so do you know what specific bag these slippers are found in?
No, I don't.
And I'll just ask this, we understand. You then can't tell the jury what other items were found in the same bag that these slippers were found, correct?
Correct. I would have to review the case file.
You are aware of the fact that a number of bags, black bags, were found at a dumpster site in Peabody, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go to that dump site?
I did not.
And you are aware of the fact that there was a compactor. Aside from the dumpster, there was a compactor that was also searched that resulted in the bags being found, correct?
Yes.
And a compactor is different than just a dumpster bin. It's a compactor that pushes items and condenses them into a smaller physical size so it can collect more trash or garbage or debris, correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that when you're concerned for cross-contamination, and you were taking pains, as a forensic analyst would, to try to avoid cross-contamination, it's fair to say that when things are put into a bag and compressed by a compactor, they are pressed together with whatever else is in that same bag, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
And so when they are pressed together in a compactor, they are pushed together and they can't then be cross-contaminated, correct?
Objection.
You can answer it.
Correct.
And so when you look at these items as a forensic analyst, and you did so, when you see something like hair that may have been attached to an item like the slippers, you had no idea if that hair was on the slipper when it was put into the bag, or if it came to be on the slipper because of the compression that resulted from being compressed by a compound.
That is correct.
So I guess the next question is this. When we look at these photographs of various pieces of evidence, like these gray slippers, the dark gray slippers, and other pieces of evidence that you looked at, the photographs are not representative of how that item may have appeared before it was placed in a bag, correct?
Correct.
As to that, form sustained.
The photographs do not depict how an item.
You answered too soon. You should have waited.
If I may, the photographs that have been placed into evidence of certain items may not depict the condition that a particular item was in prior to being deposited in the black bag.
Correct.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much. And yesterday you testified to some hair that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to exhibit 232, you examined 2 of the hair fibers that you found, correct?
Yes, from item number, I believe it was 9-18. Sorry, 9-28.
9-28,
Yeah.
yes. And one of the 2 hairs that you examined, you determined was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
And then the other hair you examined was consistent with animal hair, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Sheehan, that, I've been calling you Mr. Sheehan. You're not a trooper, are you?
Correct.
Okay. So I've been right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Are you aware of the fact that there was an animal that also resided at the Cohasset home?
Yes.
During this period of time?
Yes.
And and are you aware of where this hair that you were examining, Exhibit 232, was found in the Cohasset home?
From what I recall, it was found from the trash area.
Okay. The trash area of Peabody?
The trash collection site.
Okay. And you also told the jurors yesterday about another exhibit of hair, Exhibit 250, correct?
Which exhibit is that?
That was a hair clump?
The item number was 16-12.
Okay, could we have Exhibit 250? Is that the item 16-12?
Yes.
And that would be Exhibit 250?
Yes.
And the hair found in this exhibit, what is that substance that we see in the photograph?
I do not know.
So it was never examined?
No.
And of course, it'd be very important to determine if that substance that we see in this exhibit, if that substance that the hair rests on was skin tissue or anything we saw.
Visually, it did not have any visual similarities to skin tissue.
Okay. So there's no question in your mind as a forensic analyst that that has anything to do with someone's skin tissue. But as you sit here today, you don't even know what it is.
Correct.
And the fact that we saw an exhibit, and it's Exhibit 233. Could we have Exhibit 233, please? This exhibit was indicative of Exhibit 232, and it's the hair that you described as consistent with human hair, correct?
Correct.
And it's the root section, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that a hair that contains the root, that hair falls out naturally, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's nothing to indicate nefarious about the fact that there is a root attached to this hair?
Correct.
It's just the fact that when you examine this, you examined it with the protocols that you use, and you made a determination based on its structure, as the term you used, that it was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
When you use that phrase, consistent with human hair or consistent with animal hair, what you're saying is you can't say positively that it's human hair, but it's consistent, correct?
With this root, you can confirm it's a human hair. If it did not have a root, it would have to be consistent with.
Okay.
That's interesting.
With regards now to these various items and tools that you testified to yesterday, and I'm talking about the hacksaw and the hammer and things like that, correct?
Yes.
All of what you told this jury, without repeating belated, all of that is, it's fair to say that you're unaware of exactly where those tools were found, other than they were found in that compactor dumpster area in Eden, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you're not sure what particular bags those tools were found in, correct?
Correct.
And so even though you detected the presence of red-brown stains and determined that some of those stains had hemoglobin in them, you can't tell the jury how that biological evidence came to be on each and every one of those tools. You just can tell us there was biological evidence on these tools, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, the biological evidence that you detected on those tools could have been on any one tool or more, could have been deposited as a result of transfer, correct? Or, as you called it, cross-contamination, correct?
That is correct.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions about the testimony regarding the hatch that you testified to about yesterday, right?
Yes.
You did detect something that you described as greasy or oily film or something on that hatch, right?
Yes.
You never did examine what that greasy or oily film was, correct?
Correct.
You never did any further testing of anything on the surface of that hatchet with regard to the greasy or oily residue that you saw to determine if in fact it was an oily residue that was deposited on a tool to prevent it from rusting or things like that, right?
The testing that I did was the screening test for blood, and it was in the same area as the hatchet head.
But other than that, other than trying to determine if there was a presence of biological evidence, you did not specifically try to determine what the greasy, oily residue was. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't, well, I shouldn't put it that way. You didn't take any effort to try to go to a particular store, find the exact same tool, and see if that tool contained a greasy, oily residue, did you?
I did not.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Redirect.
Briefly. Mr. Sheehan, do you test all areas of a potential scene?
I do not.
Did you test all areas of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
No.
Why not?
I tried to identify the most forensically relevant areas and move from there.
And what are the reasons that testing could be negative?
It's possible that a particular biological substance was not present, and it's also possible that it was present at some point, was cleaned off, or it is present and to the point where it is not detectable by the tests.
So how does cleaning a house impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
If it was thoroughly cleaned, I would imagine the test results would be negative.
Does washing the walls impact your ability to find blood?
Yes, it does.
What type of cleaning materials would impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Virtually any type of cleaning material, bleach, alcohol, ammonia, anything, even water if it dilutes the sample to an extensive amount.
Would hydrogen peroxide impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Yes.
Are there other ways that blood can be destroyed or diluted?
Really any type of cleaning materials, as well as environmental factors such as extreme heat.
Did you test? Actually, if I could have published for the jury, Your Honor, Exhibit 21. Well, that's not the right exhibit. One moment. Skimmon, we're looking for 7236. Photo 7236. Thank you. Do you recognize that room?
Yes, this is the living room.
And this is the living room from when you were there during the search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you recognize in front of the fireplace?
There is some looks to be a repair work around the brick as well as a carpet.
So there was a carpet there when you were there over the hardwood floor on January 8th and 9th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is not the carpet that you tested in the lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what the objects looked like before they went into the bags that we just talked about, that you talked about on cross-examination?
I don't.
And do you know what the objects looked like if they went into the compactor at all?
I don't.
So do you know where those bags went?
The bags were, as far as I know, the bags were recovered from the trash site. I'm not sure where exactly they were recovered from before that.
I might have one moment.
You may.
Thank you very much, Shauna.
Any recross?
Just a couple of questions. When you looked at Exhibit 21 just now, you said you could describe that fireplace as having looked like a repair work, right?
Yes.
Did you examine it?
I did not.
Would you agree that also what's depicted in Exhibit 21 could be foam that's taped around the fireplace to prevent a small child from hitting their head on the corner of brickwork? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
The witness may step down. Jurors, in light of our late start today, I'm going to keep on. Everybody good? Thumbs up. You may call your next witness.
Commonwealth will call Bryce Raymond.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Just watch your step for me.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Bryce Raymond, Raymond.
Could you please tell?
Bryce, Bryce.
Could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Penn State University and a Master's of Science in Biology from Tufts University.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 2 in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since June of 2019.
And can you please tell the jury your present duties in the DNA unit and the nature of the work that you do?
Yes, as a Forensic Scientist 2, I am in charge with processing evidentiary items through our DNA lab processing, as well as interpreting and making any conclusions to known standards.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received at least 6 months of specialized training in which I read all the protocols and procedures at the lab. I attended lectures and took quizzes, as well as worked on mock evidentiary items through the lab processing. And at the end of testing, I take a competency test.
And did you pass that competency test?
Yes, I did.
So does your testing and training stop after that initial 6-month period?
No, every year we have to do at least 8 hours of continuing education in order to stay knowledgeable in the field.
And do you continue to be tested at the lab?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of testing is that called?
That's called a proficiency test.
And how does proficiency testing work at the lab?
Yeah, so twice a year we have to take a proficiency test to continuously show that we have the skills and knowledge in order to perform DNA analysis. This is given by an outside accrediting body, and when we complete our work, we send in the results to that accrediting body for them to grade.
And what are the results of your proficiency testing?
I have passed every one I have taken.
So approximately how many samples have you had the opportunity to analyze for DNA testing?
Approximately 2,000.
And have you testified before in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Does the Massachusetts DNA unit at your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, we do.
And who sets those protocols and procedures?
They are based on some accrediting bodies such as the FBI, as well as validations that are done at the lab.
Well, you anticipated my next question, which is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, accredited?
Yes, we are. We are accredited by ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, as well as the FBI Quality Assurance Standards for DNA laboratories.
And what does accredited actually mean?
That means we are following specific set of standards to make sure that the scientific work that we are performing is accurate and reliable.
And is that a national accreditation?
Yes, it is.
And does your work undergo any kind of review process?
Yes, all work goes under two different types of review processes, a technical review and an administrative review.
And is that review process required under the accreditation standard?
Yes, it is.
And so if you could just explain technical and administrative review, please.
Yes, a technical review is one that is done by a qualified analyst that takes a look at your work to make sure that you followed all the proper protocols and procedures and made sure that any conclusions you made are scientifically sound. An administrative review looks over the file to make sure there's no spelling mistakes, no grammar mistakes, all the pages are numbered and initialed, and other administrative things such as that.
And why is that all important?
That's important to make sure that we provide the best quality work that we can.
I now want to talk about DNA. What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic blueprint of life and what makes you, you. You inherit your DNA from your parents, so you get half of your DNA from your mom and half of your DNA from your dad. And no two individuals have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
Is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, so whether we test blood, saliva, hair, skin, we should expect the same DNA profile if they came from the same person.
So what type of biological material can DNA be found in?
So that can be blood, saliva, skin, hair, sweat, urine, anything biological.
So can you explain generally the process that is used for forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, at the lab, we have a 4-step process. The first step is extraction. This is when we break open the cells and collect the DNA. The second step is quantitation or quantification. This is when we can get an estimate of how much human DNA is present as well as how much male DNA is present. And that's so we can target an appropriate amount for the third step. And that third step is amplification. This is when we make millions and millions of copies of specific areas on the DNA and are fluorescently tagged. And then the fourth step is separation and detection, also known as capillary electrophoresis. This is when we put the DNA on an instrument that separates out the DNA by size and has a camera to detect those fluorescently tags, and that produces raw data.
And what is the goal of that raw data?
The goal of that raw data is to then be read by an interpreting analyst in order to interpret the DNA profile.
And what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile, so the specific areas that we are copying during amplification is called STRs or short tandem repeats. That is just areas on the DNA that repeat different lengths for a person. So one person could have 5 repeats, another person could have 6. And it's a combination of all those numbers is what makes up a DNA profile.
So how many locations are you testing?
We test 26 locations as well as a sex determining location.
And what is batch testing?
Batch testing is what we do at the lab and is a common practice in forensic science, in which if many items need to be processed for the same lab step, one analyst will process all those items at once on the same instrument.
So why do you use batch testing?
We do that for efficiency, as it is better for one analyst to process, say, 50 items at one time on one instrument than 50 analysts trying to process one item each on the same instrument, one after each other.
Is there a protocol that you follow prior to retrieving any evidence to prepare your lab area to avoid contamination?
Yes.
So how do you avoid contamination?
To avoid contamination, I first put on protective personal equipment, and that can include a lab coat, a mask, a hairnet, and for me, a beard net. When I go to my lab bench, I also put on gloves, and I spray the lab bench with bleach, clean that off, and lay down lab bench paper before I proceed with any testing.
So why do you use bleach?
The bleach is to destroy any DNA that may be present on the lab bench.
And why do you use bench paper?
We use bench paper to prevent any contamination from items that I may be testing to be deposited onto the lab bench for the next person.
And why are you wearing PPE?
The PPE is also to prevent any DNA that I may touch to go over to another lab bench or any of my DNA to be deposited on the items.
And once your area is prepared, can you please tell us what you first did and what you first do with items that you're going to sample?
Yes, so for sample preparation, I get a list of items that have been selected for DNA analysis. I get those items out of storage in our secured walk-in room. I take that container of evidence back to the lab bench. I scan it into my custody and take a photocopy. I then open up the container, grab the items that I need, and put those aside ready for testing. I seal up the container with my initials and date and put the container away.
And did you work on lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I did.
And what did you initially do to prepare the samples for DNA analysis?
I did sample preparations on some items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you specifically about samples. Did you prepare samples 5-1.1, sample from swabs of red brown stained K on basement floor, 7-10.3.1, sample from the stained area C on the blade of the hacksaw, 7-10.4.1, sample from the handle of the hacksaw, 9-22.1.1, sample from stain A on white towel number 1 with red-brown stains. 9-28.1.1, sample from stained area A on apparent hairs. 9-31.1, sample from cutting of red-brown stain from piece of rug from bag number 5 from 300 Forest Street. Did you prepare samples from those?
Yes, I did.
So after preparing the samples, what did you next do?
After preparing the samples, I then did the first lab step of extraction.
And how did you do the extraction step?
Yes, to each of the tubes, along with the controls, I added chemicals to the tubes and put them in an oven. And that is done to break open the cells in order to free up the DNA. I then take those tubes and put them on an instrument that separates out the DNA and puts them in a separate tube in liquid form. And that tube is called an extract.
Did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
What equipment did you use?
I used an oven and the instrument was an Easy One robot.
And how did you use the equipment?
For the oven, I just placed the samples in and took them out. For the Easy One robot, I put the samples on the robot and then programmed the robot with the proper protocol to use for the extraction and collection, and then got the tubes off of the robot when the process was done.
And I think you said that that is now called, what is that now called?
That is now called an extract.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
Next, I took a small portion of the extract known as an aliquot and put that into a separate tube and prepared that for the second step of quantification.
So now we're on step number 2?
Yes.
Okay. And what items did you do quantification for?
The same items that were previously mentioned.
And how did you perform the quantification step?
Yes, so for each of the aliquots, I put a portion onto a 96 well plate along with other chemicals. I then placed that 96 well plate onto an instrument, and that instrument does a series of heating and cooling, and that produces the data that gives us the estimation of DNA.
So I believe you just named the equipment that you used.
Yes, it is a real-time PCR system.
Okay. And so how did you use that equipment?
So I put the 96 well plate onto the instrument. I then used the computer program associated with it to say that to start the quantification process. And then after it was done, I collected the data off of the equipment and then put it on our computer drive.
And then what did you do next?
After that, I discussed the quantitation results with the interpreting analyst of this case, who is Suman Salim.
And then what did you do?
Then we came up with how to do amplification strategies for each of the items. And then once that was decided, I went forward with the third step of amplification.
So step number 3 is amplification.
Correct.
And what items did you perform amplification for?
Those same 6 items.
That we previously named.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you perform the amplification step?
Yes. For each of those items, I got the extracts and I either used all of the extract or a portion of the extract to target an appropriate amount of DNA for testing.
Let me just stop you for a second. What's extract?
Extract was the product from the first step of extraction.
Okay. And now finish your answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. So for those samples, I added chemicals and put them into an instrument known as a thermocycler. And that also does a series of heating and cooling, which makes the copies of the DNA that are fluorescently tagged. And at the end of that process, the tube is now known as an amplicon.
And then what did you do next?
Next, after the amplicons were done, I then proceeded on to the 4th step of separation and detection.
And which items did you do the 4th step for?
The same 6 items that were mentioned.
So you did all the steps of DNA for those 6 items.
That's correct.
And how did you perform the detection step?
Yes. Of the amplicons, I took a small portion of each amplicon and put it on a 96 well plate, added chemicals to the plate. I then put that plate onto an instrument known as a 3500 genetic analyzer. I then programmed the genetic analyzer to perform the separation and detection. And then the instrument separated out the DNA fragments by size and with the camera detected those fluorescent tags.
And then what happens next?
After that data is generated, I take the data off of the instrument and put it on our computer drive.
And then what happens?
After I'm done, I let the interpreting analyst know that data has been collected and I hand over any worksheets that I generated to them.
And who does the interpretation?
In this case, it was Suman Salim.
So you did not do the interpretation here.
I did not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Just a few questions. Mr. Rader. Good morning.
Good morning.
And you've taken a lot of proficiency tests. You've passed them all, correct?
Yes.
You take pride in what you do, don't you?
Yes.
And you're running these machines, the analyzer and everything else, and you're running them consistent with the protocols that are required to be followed to run them accurately, correct?
That is correct.
And what you do is you depend on the fact that the samples that you get for testing are samples that will result in reliable results, correct?
Correct.
But what is your height at the lab?
I am a forensic scientist 2.
Okay. And are there forensic scientists 3 and stuff like that? Forensic scientists 1?
Yes.
Okay, but you're a 2, correct?
Correct.
And with your knowledge and experience, it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea where the samples that you subjected to DNA testing came from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you have no idea how they were collected, wherever they were collected from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you can tell the jury that at times when you conduct testing like you just described, the results will indicate that there are mixtures of different DNA in a particular sample, correct?
That is correct.
And whenever you get the results that result in a mixture, you can't determine, as a forensic scientist 2, or for that matter, forensic scientist 3, you can't tell how those 2 different substances came into contact with each other, resulting in a mixture, correct?
Our testing does not determine how DNA got onto an item.
And hopefully it's a simple question. Your DNA results do not tell you anything about what happened at let's just call it a crime scene, what happened at a particular scene or where they were collected, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
So jurors, with that little extra bit, we'll take our morning break. We'll be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
Does anyone need anything?
Could I bring one housekeeping order to Your Honor?
Yes.
Defense had asked for potential voir dire and Mr. Meatlu, and he's going to be available here. So I thought before the jury comes back from the luncheon recess, we could do that brief voir dire, and I could call him as the next witness and order after that.
From the lunch recess or from this recess?
Well, I don't even know if he's physically here right now.
All right.
But
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
yes, but I thought the lunch recess, I thought that he was going to be here either by 11 or 1. I just want to make sure he's in the building.
All right. Speaking of that, I'd like to talk to you about scheduling. Why don't I talk to you at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor.
There you go, Mr. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Surviving the Survivor, the global phenomenon. I'm a little discombobulated today. We have 2 kiddos home, not because they're sick, because of school stuff, parent-teacher conferences. So I had to man the fort while the third one did go to school with the COE. Therefore, I'm just catching up right now. Obviously, on the stand yesterday into today, we're really heavy on forensics.
people from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab took up the time both yesterday afternoon and this morning. You heard from Matthew Sheehan again, forensic scientist with the Massachusetts State Police. And it's been pretty interesting testimony. I only caught a fraction of this second guy here today who just took the stand, whose name I had, and now I cannot find it, but you get the point. So the defense here, defense argument, basically what they're trying to do, and tell me what you think here. And by the way, Mr. Meatlu, I believe, is the person you heard them talking about voir direing. Meatlu, he is the guest, the New Year's Eve guest. So it appears that that will be the next witness, really the last one to hear and see Anna and Brian together. So potentially a very interesting witness upcoming. But the defense argument, essentially, from what I understand, and now the COE is calling me. Let's see here. Hang on one sec, everybody. Sorry about that, everybody. Had to get that. I thought it was thought I wasn't live, and that's the only reason I answered. I thought that the COE was calling to tell me I'm not live, but in fact I am live, and that was the COE calling me about a kid issue. The bottom line here is, let me know that you can hear me, please. I think you can. You should be able to. Oops, sorry, Joel. Yeah, truly a family show. You could say that again. I think today might be the day that I don't know, keel over. Anyway, what the defense essentially is doing here in a nutshell, in a big nutshell, is they're saying because the blood was only found in the basement, and that's what they're harping on over and over and over again, and not in living areas like the bedroom, the bathroom, the staircases, etc. And that is apparently, according to forensic evidence, that is where the blood was found, just in the basement. It undercuts the idea of this violent, bloody struggle anywhere else in the house, and that it supports, according to the defense, really, it supports their theory of this sudden death syndrome. And of course, they're going to discuss that. What is sudden death syndrome? Sudden unexpected death syndrome is, I guess, the quote unquote scientific term, and that it essentially supports the defense claim that he just panicked after he finds his wife dead in the bed, and then decides that instead of calling 911, calling a friend, that he's just going to chop her up using these really crude, crazy, sadistic tools. And instead of doing that, he could have called 911. He doesn't do any of that. So the defense here, and I got to give some credit to Primetime KCL here. She's the one who in the chat yesterday, and I agree with her, said that they're really trying to just get out of this premeditation. And I guess to a degree, they're doing a pretty good job, because the forensic scientists can't seem to say, well, evidence was found anywhere else around the house other than in the basement. But we just don't know where she was killed. She could have been killed in the basement. She could have been killed elsewhere, and he could have just cleaned it up. And miraculously, they didn't find any evidence at all. So I'm curious what you think. I didn't catch this last witness is also a forensics guy from the crime lab, from what I understand. He seemed to be on the ball. So let me know what his name is. Bryce Raymond, forensic scientist at the Mass State Police Crime Lab. So that is the last person who we heard from. So anyway, let me know what you guys are thinking. I still think that we are overthinking this, and that there's going to be a fairly quick conviction here. With that said, I'll give you the caveat that I do think the defense is doing a pretty good job of creating some reasonable doubt as to look at this. Hi from the Jersey Channel Island. Love your channel, Joel. You're not the first one, by the way, Francois, but we love having you here. Green Eyes, I forget her full name, that's her screen name, is something Green Eyes, and she's from there as well. Let me know what you think. Is this yesterday when we saw those photos? I said this guy is getting convicted, instantaneously. That it would be a 15-minute conviction. I don't know. I waver back and forth. I vacillate. I oscillate like a fan. I go back and forth, back and forth. I don't know, because it only takes one or two jurors to say, well, look, there's not enough evidence to confirm a violent murder, that he did just panic because of the fact that there's no digital forensic evidence anywhere else in the house but in the basement. Is this guy going to get lucky? I mean, I have no doubt that this guy murdered her and chopped her up. I think the defense is absolutely ridiculous. He had days to plan it too, and to clean, not to plan it, but days to clean up after the fact. So bottom line, let me check in with the COE. It's just another one of those crazy days in the Waldman family. They never seem to end. We call this Tuesday here. I'll be back on the flip side of the break. And I love you all. Not enough love in the world. Gotta spread love in the world. All right. Caffeine's starting to kick in. I'll see you guys on the flip side of this.
You have a non-Mutlu witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call that witness.
Thank you.
I'll have the jury back in.
I'm sorry?
I'll have the jury back in.
My apologies. Do we have Mr. Mutlu? Jim?
No.
No,
You didn't hear me.
I'm sorry.
I asked you, do we have, maybe I shouldn't be so abbreviated with my words. Do you have a non-Mr. Mutlu witness ready?
Yes.
Let's call that witness and get the jury back in here.
Yes, Your
I've
Honor.
had a little lumpy morning and I want to continue keeping the flow.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just want to make sure they're still sitting out on the bench. I'm not sure that they are. Could I have 1 second to check?
Sure.
I've had a lumpy morning myself. We're back. Joe's here. The world is right. Everything is good. And Mr. Mutlu, the guy who was the last to be with Brian and Anna, was supposed to take the stand, is supposed to take the stand, but they need to voir dire him, Joe. That's what happened right before lunch. They were discussing this. The defense needs a chance to voir dire him.
Right.
So
Let's get the jury back in. We'll do Mr. Mutlu over the break.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
over that, I mean, over the lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
So they're going to go to another witness, whoever this is, now ahead of
So
time.
maybe that's why they had a really long sidebar this morning before they started, about
Yeah,
50 minutes.
That could have been it. Yeah, that's
Okay.
probably likely it. Yes. It appears to be a lumpy Tuesday morning all around, everyone. Yeah. Joe, while we're waiting here real quickly, the COE is turning into my mother. She's
do
calling
solemnly
me.
swear or affirm the testimony.
Call Brianna Kiesel.
Comma.
Not sure who Brianna Kiesel is.
Yeah, and I've
I
got
know.
this abbreviated list that her name is
Commonwealth may
Monroe.
call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Brianna Kiesel.
Joe, real quick, the defense is able to basically make this point that there wasn't forensic evidence anywhere but in the basement. That's of like importance. So
Why?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
Wonder maybe she's the analyst. Why? The only story we have that it happened in the bedroom was Brian
Right.
Walshe's.
correct. Right now.
You
I
may
guess it's because
you
whenever I
very
hear
much,
defense
Honor.
attorneys, I start to believe them.
Good morning.
I think that's the problem.
Can you please state your name for the court and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Brianna Kiesel, Brianna. Last name Kiesel, Kiesel.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's in biology from Arcadia University and a master's in forensic science from Towson University.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab,
That was my
And what
guess.
unit are you assigned to?
the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
6 years.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
I am authorized in processing, interpreting, and reporting samples that were collected from crime scenes, as well as standards collected directly from an individual. I can also technically review other analysts' work when it concerns batch files, which we call files that have standards collected directly from an individual.
And do you have training for this position?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me about your training?
Sure. Our training is a minimum of 6 months, and during that time, we have lectures, quizzes, and this all culminates into a final written exam. We also have a practical component in the laboratory where we take several steps sample sets forward. And that all culminates into a final written exam, as I mentioned, and a final lab practical.
And did you pass that written exam?
Yes, I did.
And that's called a competency evaluation?
Yes, that is a competency, the lab portion of it.
And do you also have to take proficiency testing?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain that to the jury?
A proficiency test is an ongoing competency test where we have to take samples forward twice a year to prove that we are that we are knowledgeable and still performing that skill or method according to laboratory standard operating procedures.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
I have, yes.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
I have.
So I want to now talk to you about this case 23-00596. Prior to retrieving any evidence in 23-00596, how did you prepare to process the evidence?
So once I was assigned the samples, I cleaned my bench space with bleach and wiped everything down, every instrument that I was using. And once that was done, I laid down a piece of fresh bench paper.
And directing you now to lab number 23-00596, did you work on items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, and item 9-27.3.1, stain A of the exterior left gray slipper?
Yes, I did process those samples.
Thank you, Matt.
What work did you do on those two items for sample prep?
For sample prep, they were already prepared by our criminalistics unit. So I just went into a secure freezer area to retrieve the packaging. I removed the tubes from the packaging and just visually examined the items within the tube.
Did you also work on item 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, and sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit?
I did, yes.
And what work did you do for that?
Those samples I performed just like I previously mentioned, where I went to the secure freezer area, retrieved the packaging, removed the tubes from the packaging, and just observed the samples within the tube.
So you also just did the sample prep for that?
Yes.
Did you also work on item 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
So in this case, this item was still in a specimen jar. So I retrieved the packaging, just like I previously mentioned, made sure the seal was secure as I did with the other samples. And then after that, I opened up the jar and sampled a few items from the jar and placed it into a tube for processing.
So you actually had to make the sample for this?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how many samples did you make?
So this was 16-13.1. There were two tubes we referred to as 16-13.1A and 16-13.1B.
And did you do any further work?
No, that is where my work ended.
Okay. And where did the samples then go?
I then passed the samples off to Madison Frank for extraction.
Cross-exam.
No question.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
That's Brianna Kiesel, Kiesel.
Call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Madison Frank.
That's it.
Massachusetts.
She's done?
That's it. She's done. And Madison Frank is up next.
So she
I
must be another one of the, see, they wanted to end with the forensics on a high note.
Yeah.
And Jim, that's getting him out of order, but
There's a lot. I missed, obviously, a large part of the morning, but there's a lot
Yeah.
of talk about this one slipper.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
Yeah.
the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can proceed.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the court, spelling your name?
My name is Madison Frank. That is MADISON FRANK.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic and investigative sciences from West Virginia University.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 2019.
And what are your responsibilities?
As a forensic scientist too, I will perform DNA analysis on either known or evidentiary biological samples, interpret those results, and report out my results in a case file.
And have you had training for this position?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed the competency testing that was part of your training?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you now about items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street. 9-27.3.1, the stain A on the exterior left gray slipper. 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the tie-back suit. 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the tie-back suit. 9-32.5.1, sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the tie-back suit. And 16.13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster. I believe I just gave you 6 of those samples. Did I mention 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior leg pant of the tie-back suit? So those would be the 6. What work did you do on those?
DNA analysis is a 4-step process, so I performed steps 1 and 3 of that process on those samples.
Okay. And what are 1 and 3?
Step 1 is extraction, and step 3 is amplification.
Okay. And how did you do step 1, the extraction step?
For extraction, I received the samples and I added chemicals to the samples and the controls, and then put them in an oven so that we can break open the cells to obtain the DNA. Then those samples will go on an instrument that helps to clean up the sample so that we're only dealing with the DNA and no other cell parts. Then after the extracts come off of the instrument, then I will take a small portion of that sample and I will put it in a new tube to be used for the second step.
And which instrument did you use or equipment?
An EZ1 robotic instrument.
Okay. And how do you use that instrument?
The samples will go onto the instrument in tubes, and then there will be new tubes where the samples will go through processing in the instrument to put out just the liquid and DNA portions of the sample.
And then what is that biological material then referred to?
An extract.
And what is that extract then ready for?
The extract is then ready to be quantified in the second step.
So did you do that second step quantification?
No, I did not.
Who did that second step for those 6 items?
Troy Adams did the second step of quantification.
And why Why is that?
We use a batching process when we are processing our samples so that it is a more efficient and streamlined processing.
And are you qualified to do all of the steps of DNA, the 4 steps that you described?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then did you do more work on this case with the 6 samples?
Yes, I also did the 3rd step of amplification.
On all 6 of those samples?
Yes.
And that being 9-27.2.1, 9-27.3.1, 9-32.1.1, 9-32.2.1, 9-32.5.1, and 16-13.1. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you did the 3rd step. And how did you do the amplification step?
So I took the extracts that were generated from the 1st step, and I took portions of those samples and added chemicals to the tubes with these samples. And then I put them onto an instrument called a thermocycler. And this will will have the samples go through periods of heating and cooling. And this is to make millions of copies of the specific DNA that we are looking for to be able to visualize it in further down in our processing.
And which equipment did you use for that?
A thermocycler.
Okay. And then how do you use that equipment?
The samples just go on, they are in small tubes and they will go on into small holes in the thermocycler. And then it is a metal plate that they are in, and it will go through different steps of heating and cooling.
And what happens next to the DNA process?
So the next step will be that those tubes that just went through the heating and cooling, that those tubes will be used for the 4th step of separation.
And who did that step?
Troy Adams.
So you did not do that step?
No, I did not.
And did that end your work on this case?
Yes, it did.
Any cross-examination? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Boy, that's really a division of labor, isn't it?
Yeah, this is obviously
Call its next witness.
Mutlu's.
Call Troy Adams.
But one person collected at the scene, one person arranged whatever, and then 2 of them have done this amplification interpretation business, but we haven't yet gotten to the person who's actually going to interpret. This must be Troy Adams, who's going to tell us about the 2 steps he did.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir.
She, at least, when she presents, doesn't do one item by one item by one item. We got 6 done. When he does it, we do it one by one by one.
The scientist way. What is going on there? What are they doing here?
I don't know. So Donna Adelson's being moved. There's finally movement there. She's going to her permanent home.
She's there. That is some breaking news. Donna is in Homestead. They moved her. She is not in Ocala at what is the name of that prison? I'm just blanking on it right now.
Do you know where Homestead is? Is it close to Miami?
Homestead is about 45 minutes south of Miami.
So Harvey will be able to visit her more easily.
Correct. So we're actually going to do a show tonight on what this move means for her, what the new life, she's got her new life, her new permanent home at Homestead Correctional Facility. It's a much smaller prison. I think it's a relatively safer prison to some extent. why am I just, it's at the tip of my tongue. I'm just blanking on the name of the prison. She was at the Women's Reception Center in Ocala. I keep wanting to say Florence. It's not Florence. It'll come to me. This is my early onset dementia here. But it will come to me, and we're going to pivot, and we're going to do, we're going to, Lowell. Thank you, Lana Banana. Lowell. Thank you.
I didn't try because I don't think I ever knew it. Names
Yeah.
of prisons, I think I don't have to worry about. I just say prison.
Yeah. So yeah, Homestead Correctional Institution, Dade County. It's a much smaller facility. Something happened with the video there, and I know Space is working on it. So we're trying to get that. It froze. That's the camera pool. But yeah, Lowell. It was between Lowell and basically Homestead. Lowell is also where Katie Magbanawa is. So and I think that was one of the potential problems. Plus, she specifically asked at her age to be closer to home, and it looks like she was granted that. But she is apparently in Homestead, and yeah, we're going to be putting together a show with a former corrections officer and some, I believe, some former inmates, just to talk about what this life here is going to be like. Meanwhile, we still have Troy Adams, who's on the stand here in Dedham, Massachusetts. So trying to get Troy Adams reconnected. There's an issue with the pool cam, I think. The feed froze up. The feed works off of something called a live view. There we go.
Background, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree from Pennsylvania State University in forensic science.
This is Troy Adams.
And what is your current occupation?
So I currently work as an investigator for the Lehigh County Coroner's Office in Pennsylvania.
And how long have you been in Pennsylvania?
I've been in Pennsylvania for approximately 3 years now, 2 years working in my current job.
So prior to moving to Pennsylvania, did you work in a different field?
No.
Did you work for forensic sciences in Massachusetts?
Yes.
And can you detail your working history as it pertains to forensic sciences?
Yes. So out of college, I joined the Massachusetts State Police crime lab there as a DNA analyst. I completed all my training protocols and was tested for competency. And then I began performing casework on samples.
And then did you work for a different company in Pennsylvania as well, doing forensic sciences?
Yes. After I left the Massachusetts State Police, I joined Quest Diagnostics as a forensic scientist in their toxicology division.
And just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
And have you had training for your position at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and also for your position at Quest?
Yes.
And have you had ongoing training as well?
Yes.
And have you taken proficiency tests?
Yes.
And what were the results of your proficiency tests?
I passed every proficiency test.
And do you have any certifications in your current job?
Yes.
And where are those from?
So I am certified as a national medical legal death investigator.
And how did you receive that?
So I received that after a certain amount of training at my current job, and then going through and taking a certification test.
I want to direct you now to when you were working in Massachusetts. Did you do work on lab number 23-00596?
May I refer to my file?
You may.
Yes.
And did you do work on items 9-27.2.1, a sample from interior of a dark gray slipper, 9-27.3.1, stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cup of a Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, the sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit, and 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on those 6 samples?
So I performed the second and fourth step of the DNA analysis process, quantification and detection.
And can you tell us how you did the quantification step?
So I took I was given samples from the extraction step, and then I added a mix of chemicals and went through repeated processes of heating and cooling, which quantified the DNA.
And then the process was then next ready for the 3rd step, is that correct?
Yes, it was ready for amplification.
And who did the amplification step?
I believe that was Madison Frank.
Okay. And after Madison Frank did the amplification step, what did you next do?
I took the products of the amplification step and performed detection.
And did you do the detection on those same 6 items that we just discussed?
Yes.
And how did you do the 4th step, that detection?
I added a mix of chemicals and placed the samples on the detection analyzer.
Big
And
thanks
then
to
what
COE, juggling a lot.
And then electropharograms were generated, which were then interpreted by the interpreting analyst.
And where did that data go?
That data was transferred to one of our servers at the State Police Crime Lab.
And did you do the interpreting or did someone else do it?
Someone else performed the interpretation.
Did you do any other work on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination of this witness? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Joe, in your opinion, what is the point of all these quick hits here with these forensic scientists?
Well, they've got it. No, one scientist didn't do the whole process.
Next witness.
Emily
Okay.
Oliver.
Yeah.
They've got to get each piece of what they did in order to get to the point where they interpret the blood samples. And so far they've had 3. They're going to be on 4. And then they had the person who extracted to begin with. So they don't have one person at the lab who takes it from point A to point D. They stratify the jobs.
Do you solemnly
I love the
swear or
word
affirm the
stratify. I'm
testimony
gonna
you
use
give in
that.
cause
Thank
now
you.
and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Let's watch your step.
Stratify will be the first word in my new book. Somehow, some way. Somehow, some way.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the court?
My name is Emily Oliver.
And can you tell us your educational background?
Yep. I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in 2019.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a Forensic Scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since December 2019.
And can you please tell us your responsibilities?
So at the lab, I perform DNA testing on samples as well as DNA profile interpretation, and I write lab reports.
And what training have you had for this position?
So when I was first hired, I did an in-house training program that lasted over 6 months that involved testing mock casework samples as well as lectures and exams.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes.
And have you taken competency tests and proficiency tests as well?
Yes.
And have you passed those?
Yes.
Prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So first I clean the area and all the tools I'm going to use with bleach, and then I lay down clean bench paper.
And how are you dressed before you work?
I have a lab coat, gloves, a face mask, and a hairnet.
And why do you take those precautions?
To prevent any contamination from myself onto the samples.
I want to direct your attention now to lab case.
Now it froze.
So when they transmit it,
13.1, sample from area A on the head of the hatchet. Item 7-13.2.1, sample from the handle of the hatchet. And item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stain. Did you do work on those items?
I did.
And what did you do?
So for 7-13.1, the head of the hatchet sample, I did the first 3 steps of our 4-step DNA analysis process, which is extraction, quantification, and amplification. And on the other 2 samples, I did the first 2 steps of our 4-step process in the lab.
Okay, I also want to ask you if you did any sample prep.
So I did, in the sample, it was more so just making sure I pulled the correct tube with the correct case number and item number from our cold storage room. It was previously prepared by someone else.
Thank you. Can you tell us what you did for the first step for the items that you did the first step for?
So extraction is the step where we add chemicals and heat to the sample to release the DNA from inside of the cells in the sample.
Okay. And which items did you do that for?
For 7-13.1, 7-13.2.1, and I believe it was 9-20.1.
Okay. So for all 3 of those, you did
Yes.
that. Okay. And did you use equipment for the extraction step?
Yes.
And what equipment did you use?
It's called an Easy One extraction robot.
And what is the biological material now referred to?
A DNA extract.
And what is it now ready for?
The second step, which is quantification.
And how did you perform the quantification?
So I took a small droplet from the extract tubes and put them into a new tube. And then I add different chemicals to that new tube.
All 3 of those items?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a 7500 real-time PCR instrument.
Okay. And then what happened in the DNA process?
And after that, the samples go to the 3rd step if they have enough DNA, which is amplification.
Okay. And for which items did you do the amplification process? Did you just do that for 7-13.1?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not do amplification for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
Just due to scheduling reasons, that was worked best for me.
Okay. So who performed the amplification process for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
My coworker, Mary Nagel.
Okay. So talking now about what you did do amplification for, item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet. Can you tell the jury, how did you perform the amplification process on that item?
Sure. So I add, again, different chemicals to the extract tubes and put it onto an instrument that creates millions of copies of these specific locations on the DNA that we're looking at.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a thermocycler.
And what happens next in the DNA process?
The last step is the separation and detection step. And that after that last step, we have the DNA profile.
And did you do that 4th step, the detection step?
I did not.
And who did that last step for 7-13.1?
My coworker, Yoli Bregu.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I just have a few.
Go right ahead.
And first off, I didn't hear your name correctly.
Oh, Emily Oliver.
And you have a title?
You can just call me Miss Oliver if you'd like.
Can you tell us, Jerry, a little bit something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification?
Sure. So different materials in the environment can kind of limit the reaction and which could affect the DNA profile that we get in the end.
And can you just tell the jurors what are some of the known inhibitors of DNA amplification?
So dye, like dye from blue jeans, can be an inhibitor. I don't recall any others off the top of my head.
All right. The fact of the matter is that the DNA molecule is a pretty robust molecule, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that things as common as oil and things like grease, they don't inhibit the amplification of the DNA molecule in this testing, do they?
I'm not sure.
What about the quantities that you're dealing with? Is it fair to say that the quantity that you're amplifying can be measured in nanograms?
Yes.
And what's a nanogram?
I believe it is, so it's just a very small number. I believe it's 1 × 10⁻12.
So is it fair to say that it's about a one billionth of a gram?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But,
and what about a picogram? Can you define a picogram for the jurors?
it is a slightly larger number, but still a very small quantity.
Okay. And in the amplification process that you just told the jurors about, what happens is that you separate the alleles from the molecule, the DNA molecule, and then you amplify those alleles, and then they reunite into a molecule and a DNA molecule, and then your machine and apparatus that you use, it's able to process it and give a result, correct?
Correct. And that's mostly referring to the fact that DNA is a double helix, kind of looks like a ladder that's twisted, and it becomes single-stranded during part of the process and then comes back together again.
All right. And finally, you're familiar with the term electrophoregram, correct?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury what an electrophoregram is?
So it's just a graphical representation of the DNA profile, kind of like an EKG. There's a bunch of different peaks that correspond to the DNA. That's a printout that we get and that we look at the end of our testing.
So in the State Police Crime Lab, when you look at the electrophoregram, does the analyst interpret the peaks to determine the results of the DNA testing, or is it another piece of apparatus that does the analysis of the electrophoregram peaks?
So we put our electrophoregram through a program called Gene Mapper that does help the interpretation, but a person is still looking over the profile.
All right. So is it fair to say that in the State Police Crime Lab that the final call, so to speak, the final determination of what is or isn't interpreted as DNA, that's done by the analyst, not by the machine?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
All right, we just heard right back to back Brianna Kiesel, Madison Frank, Troy Adams, Emily Oliver.
The Commonwealth will call Mary Nagel.
Yeah. And none of them did all of them. They all did some of them, and some of them did more of the stages of the testing. On her, she did, I think it was 3 stages on some of them, but on one, her scheduling meant that somebody else did it. So there's really a lot of division in order to get all stages done, ready for interpretation.
Yeah, I would love, by the way, to get a tour of one of
solemnly
these crime
swear
labs.
affirm the testimony
Yeah.
in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
That is a
Thank you.
tall woman. She's a head taller than Bailey.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record and just spell your last name?
Yep.
My name is Mary Nagel, and
Ma'am.
I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry, cell and molecular biology from Drake University, as well as a master of science in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Can you just pull that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you. And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 3 years.
Can you tell us your responsibilities?
Yep, I am capable of performing all of the lab work as well as reporting and interpreting single source profiles and writing up other reports as well.
What training have you had for this position?
I underwent a 6-month training program that included lectures, exams, and about 50 mock samples for lab practice.
And did you pass the exams that you during your training period?
Yes, I did.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes, I do.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have to take proficiency tests?
Yes, we take 2 proficiency tests a year.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab case number 23-00596. Did you do work on item 7-13.2.1, the sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on those items?
I performed the 3rd and 4th step of the DNA analysis, which is the amplification and detection process.
And how did you do the amplification step?
For amplification, I was made aware of which samples to process from Emily Oliver. From there, the samples were set aside in a tube, and I took whatever amount was needed specific to that sample item and added chemicals to that. The samples and the chemicals were then put on an instrument that went through a series of heating and cooling. And this process makes millions of copies of that DNA.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, for that, it is mostly just the heating and cooling instrument that is used, and then the pipettes and tubes and instruments like that as well.
And then you said you did the 4-step detection?
Yes, I did.
And which did you do the detection for both of those items that we previously discussed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that?
So after the 3rd step amplification, the samples are in smaller tubes, and a small portion of that sample is then loaded onto a plate with another set of chemicals. That plate is loaded into an instrument to run, and that instrument then detects the DNA and produces a profile for interpretation.
And did you do the interpretation?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
That was Saman Salim.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions of this witness? You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to speak up. Ms. Nagel?
Yes.
Just have a few questions for you. Once again, there are certain known inhibitors that affect the ability to amplify the DNA molecule, correct?
There are, yes.
But there's not very many.
Correct.
Because it's a robust molecule, correct?
Right.
There's, is interestingly enough, the blue dye that we see in things like Levi's, correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. But it's not something like oil or grease or things like that. The molecule doesn't get broken down by oil and grease and things like that, correct?
Correct.
And if bleach is used on an item that contains DNA and the bleach breaks down the molecule, that molecule will not properly amplify using your equipment.
It will still be amplified, but parts of that DNA will probably drop out at the end of it, but there is still usually DNA at the front of that profile.
When you say at the front, you mean that the shorter alleles, after the molecule is broken down, the shorter alleles will amplify, but the longer alleles won't because they were broken down by the bleach.
Correct.
And when you look at the results of their amplification, a trained analyst can see that the longer alleles didn't amplify properly, and they may conclude that something like that particular sample might have been affected by bleach or something like that, correct?
We do not look into what could possibly affect the degradation, but we are capable of seeing the fact that the DNA profile will begin to slowly drop in what is present.
Okay, thank you. One other question. Am I correct in saying that a nanogram is 1/1,000,000th of a gram?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that a picogram is 1,000th of a nanogram?
A picogram would be 1/1,000,000th.
And when you're using the quantities that you're using to get the results that you complete in the lab, we are talking about quantities in nanometers.
Yes.
Tiny, tiny amounts, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Mary Nagel, another forensic scientist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just had 5 back to back.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
A lot of them were hired in 2019.
Yeah.
I wonder whether they expanded the lab or they fired people in 2019 and had to replace them.
Mm. And they all graduated college in around 2019. They have them lined up here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the
They've got it. They have a lot of pieces of evidence.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I like her. She just groups them together. She doesn't say, okay, now let's do this one.
Hold up for a
And
second.
now let's go through it all over again for this one.
Yeah.
I mean, this lawyer is compared to the male.
This woman looks like she's not going to mess around here.
This is why I could never guess how long a trial is going to take. It would never have occurred to me.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your entire name for the record?
My name is Yoli Bregu, Joli Bregu.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Boston University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences, also from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been there?
Since June 2019.
Can you tell us your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
Sure. I perform forensic DNA analysis on evidence samples submitted to the lab. So my typical work day consists on processing those samples in the lab, doing the data interpretation, making comparisons with the reference samples, writing reports, testifying in court as needed. I also do administrative and technical reviews.
And what training have you had for this position?
So in addition to my education during my master's degree, I followed a forensic biology and forensic DNA analysis track. And then when I got hired, I was trained at the Massachusetts State Police, specifically in the DNA unit in forensic DNA analysis. The training consisted on lectures, reading of relevant literature, laboratory experience with practice samples, data interpretation, written and oral exams, followed by competency tests.
And did you pass those competency tests?
Yes.
And do you have ongoing training as well?
Yes, we have ongoing training. Every year we are required to take at least 8 hours of continuing education, which is offered in forms of seminars, webinar, workshops. We usually take more because there's more offered through the year. We're also required to read at least one scientific journal article relevant to our field.
And you have to take testing as well?
Yes, we have to take proficiency testing every year. They are taken twice a year.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I have passed the proficiency testing required throughout my employment. The last one is still in the grading process.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
I performed the fourth step that is used in forensic DNA analysis, which is detection.
And how did you do the detection step of the DNA process?
So I took the samples from the analyst who had done previous work, Emily Oliver. I prepared those samples, mixing them with the required reagents. Then I loaded them in our instrument that does the detection, known as genetic analyzer, and I started the run. And that's where my role ended. After the run is done, the data is saved automatically in the computer and can be imported by the interpreting analyst for data interpretation.
Did you do the interpretation here?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
Salman Salim.
So we've got one person who did all the
Other questions, Your Honor?
interpretation, so we're not going to have 6 people
cross-examination
getting
this
after
way.
that.
Just a couple.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
And he's probably more experienced.
Yes.
Can I see that, Bill?
Yes,
How
he
do you
did.
get this? How do you get this mature this fast out of school? I didn't know what I was doing at this
In the
age.
context of DNA testing, allele, correct?
Still don't.
Correct, yes.
And the allele is, why don't you just tell the truth?
The allele is a variant of a DNA fragment that is amplified during our third step. So it's a person has two alleles, one they inherit from the mother and one from the father.
Okay, and the allele then is the section of the DNA molecule that is then looked at once you've separated the molecule, and it's the part of the molecule that then gets amplified, correct?
Yes.
And so if you have an allele that repeats at a certain locus on the DNA molecule, then you may be a particular type at that particular location on the molecule, depending on how many repeating alleles you have.
It's how many repeats are within the allele. So the allele itself is the entire fragment, and within that alleles, there are we call them short tandem repeats. There are repeats, they repeat themselves different numbers for different individuals, and that's what it's assigned to an allele. How many times the fragment repeats itself within the allele.
And people can have the same repeats of alleles in the molecule, but generally speaking, they don't have the same number of repeating alleles across the molecule, various different loci.
Yes, correct.
And the loci is just plural for locus, right?
Yes, the loci is the location of that particular allele in the DNA molecule.
In the testing that was done in this case, you're using 26 different locations plus the sex area.
Correct, yes.
That's a melogene.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Short of showing off that he can
redirect
understand
this.
this stuff
The
and
witness.
ask the questions,
Thank you, Your
all
Honor.
that he's doing is emphasizing how well-informed and expert the witnesses are in their field and what they're doing. So I don't know why he's doing it.
You, the judge. Days ago, I told you, and I think I read you another stipulation, but I'll remind you, a stipulation is just an agreement between the parties, and I'm going to read you now an agreement that the parties have made. This is a stipulation regarding DNA samples of Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. Reads as follows. On May 9, 2018, FBI Special Agent Tyler Delorme obtained a DNA sample from Brian Walsh. Special Agent Delorme brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was placed into evidence storage. Also on May the 9th, 2018, FBI Special Agent Matthew Riportella obtained a DNA sample from Anna Walsh. Special Agent Riportella brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was also placed into evidence storage. On January 10th, 2023, Special Agent Kristen Koch took the sample of Anna Walshe and the sample of Brian Walshe from evidence storage at the FBI headquarters in Boston and brought both samples to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. The samples did not leave the custody of the FBI until Special Agent Koch submitted them to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for testing. That's Exhibit E for identification.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Karen Jacobson.
So they didn't have to get the sample from Brian Walshe, and they had a sample for Anna.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Right this way. Just step forward. Further.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please give us your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Karen Jacobson. That's KarinJacobsen.
And if I could just ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
Sure.
What is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently employed as a forensic scientist 2 within the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
Since August of 2021.
And what are your duties?
I'm responsible for receiving items of evidence associated with known individuals, taking them through the 4-step DNA process, and making those DNA profiles available for use in comparisons.
And what is your educational background?
I have both a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Bowling Green State University.
And do you have specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us about that training?
The training program within the DNA unit is at least 6 months long. It consists of lectures covering all of our protocols, literature readings covering current and historic methodologies, laboratory processing of at least 50 mock samples, and all of this is wrapped up with a competency test.
And did you pass your competency test?
Yes, I did.
And have you also had ongoing training?
Yes, I have.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And have you passed your proficiency training?
Yes, I have.
I want to ask you about lab number 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this case?
The DNA testing process is 4 steps long. I performed the 2nd step and the 4th step for 2 items.
And what were those items?
These were items 13-1.1 and 13-2.1.
And what were those?
These were the DNA saliva collection kits for Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, respectively.
Okay. So how did you do the step 2? That be the quantification step?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
In the 2nd step, quantification, I received a portion of the extract created in the 1st step. I applied a set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that goes through cycles of heating, cooling, and this produces an estimate of the amount of human and male DNA present within each sample.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was that?
This is a 7500 real-time PCR machine.
And who had done the previous step?
The previous step was performed by Katerina Stashin.
Okay. And why didn't you do that instead?
We batch our samples in the laboratory processing for the sake of efficiency.
Okay. And then when did you become involved again in this process for these samples?
I then performed the fourth step, separation and detection.
Okay. And can you please tell this jury how you did that fourth step?
So the same person, Katerina Stashin, performed the third step. I received the product produced in the third step from her. I applied another set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that separates each of the copies of the DNA by size. And then with the help of some special software, it turns it into a visual representation of the DNA profile.
And did you use any equipment?
Yes, I did.
And what equipment did you use?
This was a 3500 genetic analyzer.
Okay. And then what is the data next ready for in the process?
After the data is reviewed, it's ready for use in comparisons.
Okay. And who did the interpretation and comparison here?
In this case, it was Katerina Stashin as well.
And did you do any other work on these samples?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Cross-exam? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me.
Thank
Step all the way. A little bit further. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your whole name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Katerina Stashin. First name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And what is your current occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently a criminalist in the biology section at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab located in Reno, Nevada.
And can you please detail your work history as it applies to forensic sciences?
I was previously a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for about 3.5 years, from 2021 to earlier this year, 2025, when I got the opportunity to move back to Nevada to be closer to family and pursue a job still as a DNA analyst.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received training at both the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and at my current job in Washoe County. In Massachusetts, I completed an approximately 1-year-long training program that consisted of reading scientific protocols, scientific literature, textbooks, all on the topics of forensic DNA analysis. I also took written exams and oral exams on those topics. I also practiced sets in the lab, both for laboratory processing and for DNA interpretation. Put together practice case files, wrote reports, did comparisons, and all of that training completed with a competency test, of which I passed. And then at Washoe County, I completed an approximately 6-month-long training course due to my experience, where I also did review of scientific literature, textbooks, protocols, practice sets, writing practice reports, performing comparisons or interpretation, etc. And that also completed with a competency test, of which I passed.
And have you also had proficiency testing?
Yes, I have also completed proficiency testing.
And have you passed those tests as well?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency testing that I've taken so far.
And have you testified in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
So what is a single source DNA profile?
A single source DNA profile is a profile that originates from one person or one contributor. And you can identify this in a profile. Just by looking at the profile, you can see how many people are in there.
And what is a known standard?
A known standard is a sample that's taken directly from an individual. For example, a sample from somebody's mouth, a saliva swab, or a blood sample. It's taken directly from a person to be used for comparison purposes.
And how is a known standard developed into a DNA profile?
A known standard will go through the four-step laboratory process to result in a DNA profile that can then be used for comparisons.
And the four-step process is what?
The four-step laboratory process for DNA analysis is extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection.
So prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So when you first get into the lab to do any of those steps, you're going to clean your lab bench. So that involves using a bleach spray to wipe down your area. You're going to clean all of the equipment, utensils, your pens, pipettes, any equipment that you're using. And then me as a person or any lab analyst, you'll be wearing a lab coat, a face mask, a hairnet. You're in full PPE, wearing gloves, changing gloves frequently.
Why do you clean your area and wear PPE?
We do this just to keep everything perfectly clean, or the cleanest that we can, just to help the integrity of the evidence and help produce the best possible profile.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to Massachusetts Case Lab 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on the known standards in this case?
I performed the sample prep, the extraction, and the amplification on the known standards in this case.
And did you also do interpretation on this case?
Yes, I also reviewed the profiles that were obtained from that process and made sure they were able to be used for comparison purposes.
So I want to ask you about each of the things that you just told us about. So were you working on 13-1 and 13-2? Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those?
Those were the known saliva standards for both Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe.
And so what was 13-1?
13-1 was the known saliva standard for Anna Walshe.
And what was 13-2?
13-2 was the known saliva standard for Brian Walshe.
And how did you do the sample prep for 13-1?
So both of these samples were known saliva samples, so a swab from the mouth, and I just cut up the swab and placed the cotton part of the swab into a tube, a labeled tube with those item numbers that I said.
Okay, so that's what you did for 13-1, and then did you give it another number?
So once I cut that swab off, it then became 13-1.1.
And so did you do the same thing for 13-2?
Yes. So then the cotton that got cut off of the whole swab became 13-2.1.
And then after you did that sample prep, what did you next do?
Then those samples went through the extraction step of the process.
And how did you do the extraction step?
So extraction consists of adding chemicals to the samples and going through heat variation to help break open the cells present in the sample and release the DNA that is present. And then that DNA is isolated.
And did you use equipment for that?
Yes.
What equipment?
An incubator was used for that heat variation that I mentioned, and an Easy One robot was used for the extraction part, meaning that after it sat in the incubator with the chemicals to break open the cells, a robot is used to isolate that DNA from the rest of the cellular debris left behind.
You told us about sample prep and step 1. Did you do the next step, step 2?
No.
Why not?
It's just based on scheduling at the lab, who was assigned to do what step that day.
And who did that next step?
The second step of quantification was performed by Karen Jacobson.
Were you qualified to do all of the steps?
Yes.
And so what did you next do?
I next did the amplification step, that third step I mentioned.
And how did you perform the amplification step?
So amplification is the third step, and this is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain fragments of DNA. So this is done by, again, adding certain chemicals and going through heat cycles to make these many millions of copies of DNA. Because we're usually working with a smaller amount of DNA, you need to make a lot of copies to make it visual and able to be detected.
Did you use equipment?
Yes.
What equipment?
We use what is called a thermal cycler, and this is the instrument that performs those heat cycles needed to make the copies.
So did you do the next step, the fourth step?
No.
Who did that?
Karen Jacobson also performed the fourth step of detection.
So then what did you do next?
So after that full laboratory process was completed, I looked at the data that was produced from those 4 steps, and both items resulted with DNA profiles that I reviewed and made sure were acceptable to be used for DNA comparisons.
And could you visualize a single source?
Yes.
Right. And did you generate a DNA profile for Anna Walshe?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And were profile sources developed that were appropriate for comparison?
Yes, the profiles developed were acceptable to be used for comparisons.
And they were both single sources?
Yes.
What does appropriate for comparison mean?
When I'm saying appropriate for comparison, I mean that the profile is full, as in data is obtained at every location that was tested, and that it is single source.
And what do you do with the profiles?
That profile is then made into a text file that is made available for the analyst that's going to be doing the comparisons.
And were the profiles assigned a number to identify them?
Yes. So the numbers for the profiles are the same as their item number. So the text file profile for Anna Walshe also had the number of 13-1.1, and the text file profile for Brian Walshe was 13-2.1.
If I might have 1 second, Your Honor.
You may.
Nothing further.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Scheduling all this seems as complicated as scheduling a Major League Baseball schedule.
Yeah, and it's and they're sliding all of them in because Mutlu was supposed to be up.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess they're all nearby. So
Yeah, that's true. But I was also talking about scheduling them when they're doing the work.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're sliding people in and out, and it's whoever is doing that in that lab really has to be on the ball.
Annie K saying this is the most DNA detail I've heard in any trial. Tedious.
We're getting detail on all this. I mean, you will know how the process works. You're gonna know every peel of the onion.
This is interesting. Would all these DNA experts work side by side in their different but connective roles in the process? It sounds like it.
Yeah, I think they're all in the same lab. Yes.
Anything from the
Which is
press?
actually good. They can
Well
ask
said.
questions of each other.
Very good.
Yeah. Got to get Ned Smith in here. She's a former court reporter. I want to know what goes on with these court reporters, how they do this. Does she just breathe into that thing and all of a sudden the words appear? Like, I don't get it. I also don't get
it.
Yeah, but how can you talk as fast as someone else is talking? That's what I don't get. You got to talk.
Not all of them are talking fast.
Ned Smith, let us know how that works, or any other court reporters for that matter. Anna Walshe, murder trial, lunch break. So
Why
Joe,
would it be any more difficult to speak quickly as when the court reporters were doing the typing?
I don't know. I don't know. It's because one is like I don't know. I was going to say, like, you're listening and, oh, look, Ned Smith, the bun is here. Ned, how does this work? Are they speaking in the exact, is she repeating everything back in real time, Ned Smith? Yes or no? I need to know. Also, I've got to get an STS bus tour through a forensic lab.
It would be interesting. I agree.
I mean, I think that would be fascinating. Imagine, like, look at this. She's just repeating every word that's said. As a
Which is what I
machine
said, and you didn't
reporter,
believe me.
look at this. As a machine reporter, we frowned upon those kind of. Look at that. And Ned Smith, another question. When you're typing as a court reporter, is it like Morse code? Like, does every button signify a different word? What is going on here with court reporters? Look at Annalee Finch. A court reporter using a mouthpiece is a voice writer who uses a steno mask, a soundproof mask with a microphone to speak words into it. I mean, Joe Patuto, you think I could put you in a courtroom and you could repeat everything everyone is saying?
Yes.
Also, look at that. And also, but how do you switch from the witness back to the lawyer, back to another lawyer? How do you switch? What do you have to do?
Haven't you ever seen a transcript of a deposition or a transcript of a trial?
Yeah, but I'm saying, how do you do it into that little gas mask thing that they're using? I mean, what do you have to say Tipton speaking now and then continue on with
what they're doing. I mean, even stenographers, before they had these machines, you had shorthand, for certain words like that, this is. I assume it's the same thing. And you can give a code. And Ned Smith's going to know more than I, but I would expect you're going to give a code to each of the individuals.
Yeah, look at this. It would be harder because you have to talk and listen. That's what I'm saying. That's
Well, I'm wondering why we just don't record it. If you're going to do this, see, it's phonetic. Yep.
It's phonetic. There's a machine with keys, and you use a combination of keys to make.
Right.
If there's one thing on earth I couldn't do, I could never do this.
For each speaker, you would give a, sort of a shorthand. So if it's Joel Waldman, you might have a JW or a whatever. So you're not typing out the name each time.
I'd have a better time, an easier time building an addition to my house than I would.
There are a lot of jobs on your show that you announce that you're not qualified to do. You should make a list of them.
It's almost every single one except talking out loud in a closeted area that's a studio. That's about the only one. It's like a language, Ned Smith says. Ned Smith, I seriously think I need to get like 2 more of you and do a show on this. But I also, Joe Patuto, let's say we got a tour of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. What would you be interested in seeing?
I'd be interested in seeing all of it. And I'm sure that as I see it, I'd have questions, because whenever I'm looking at anything, I have questions. So
look at Ned Smith. Sounds like a Miami woman here. It's boring as all get out, but it pays very, very well. Yeah, there you go. It's all about the Benjamins. I'm with you, Joel. It's baffling. I'm telling you right now, I could build an addition and a pool in my house easier than I could be a court reporter. I could just never, ever, ever do it.
Well,
so,
I could never build an addition, so court reporting has to be more simple for me. I couldn't hold the tool. It would slip out of my hands. I'd cut he got one cut on his thumb. I would have to be hospitalized with all the cuts I'd make trying to do anything.
By the way, Ned, are you about to lose? I know you're not really, I think you're retired. Maybe I'm wrong. Are you retired, Ned? But if you're not, isn't AI going to just take over anyway? I mean, doesn't AI, you have a Zoom call now and AI transcribes everything. Why do we need you anymore, Ned? Do we need you anymore, Ned?
Because AI lies.
Yeah, look at Ned Smith. You have to pass a state test. It's
yeah. So are we on lunch break?
Yeah, we are, Joe.
Okay.
Real quick before we go on lunch break, I digress. This, what's the name? Mutlu? I never, if I saw it spelled,
Mutlu, I think.
Mutlu.
Mutlu. Jim Mutlu.
So we're expecting Mutlu, at least a voir dire related to Mutlu, after lunch. How important a witness is this before we go?
Well, I don't know exactly what he's going to testify to. We know generally he will testify. He knows both of them, and he's going to testify particularly about that dinner on New Year's Eve. and how they were behaving towards each other. I expect that he's going to talk about how often she was on her phone texting, because that would be important to the Commonwealth, because the claim is that she was texting William Fastow all through that dinner, which might have been one of the things that got on Brian Walsh's, got him more and more annoyed. So I don't know if he's going to be able, he will know anything else. And I don't know everything about what that dinner was like. But as I recall, his general testimony was he didn't detect anything unusual. They were getting along.
Well, it's going to be interesting. Joe Patuto, I'm worried for you. Is Wednesday on, off, on,
I don't know. I'm waiting to hear. It's a weather issue now. And I'm going to get a phone call about it at some point. I was tracking down another IT issue. My IT guy he told me today he loves working with me. And I said, why? And he said, because every issue that's going to come up anywhere else you get.
Look at this. Joe's had a channel. She's got an IT guy. I love it. You know who my IT
He's
guy
not
is?
he's the university's IT, one of them, but he deals with all my IT questions. He told me today, you're getting really good at finding the site and getting things entered. I said, that's because I'm talking to you every other month.
The head of IT for STS is the COE.
Yeah, no.
She's also the head of IT for CARM, who every other
I will
day.
tell you that I had gotten somebody who does IT work here and, all of that. And I talked to people at small businesses to see who they used, and they're very good. But the people at a university are just better.
Next level. Let me tell you
better.
I'll tell you a funny Carm story, then we'll break for lunch. Carm calls me in hysterics, panicking, the end of the world as we know it, REM. And apparently she accidentally deleted her bank app on her cell phone, but she thought that because she deleted the app that all of her bank, all the money was gone too.
Oh,
so,
and you disabused her, huh?
She didn't understand the concept that you could delete an app without deleting all your money. So the COE had to calm her down, walk her off the ledge. This went on for a couple of days.
Well, new technology, new things are really. When I was really a young child, there was an very old woman, and she thought there was some commercial on where a paper towel would it looked like it was just pulling up liquid from a flat surface, and she wanted to buy that paper towel because she thought it really worked that way. And I've been, when there's so much, when you live through no airplanes, or you live through all these changes, it must be very difficult to sort of identify which things are in the realm of possibility that technology is doing and which things are really fantasy and an advertisement.
Yeah, this is true. And by the way, in the book, I talk about when Carm was growing up in Serbia, there were no cars, Joe. It was horse and carriage. So how crazy is that Carm went from taking a horse that was the taxi in town to now AI.
Wow.
Ned Smith says court reporters will never be replaced by AI. Ned Smith, I bet you, is starting January 5th. Half the court reporters in this country are replaced by AI.
So Ned Smith is because you have a good union.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
we just have. I'm kidding. The specialized knowledge, I think, would make a difference. But
someone said
I
you
don't
never.
see any questions here. Are you seeing any questions, Joel, that people have about what went on this morning?
No, I'm not, and we're going to take a break.
I'm curious. I mean, they knew Mutlu was on the prosecution list from forever. So why it is that today it occurs to them that the defense that they've got some issue and they need a voir dire is interesting to me. I mean, it isn't. I can't imagine that all of a sudden he's come up with some new things to testify about that they didn't know back when.
Yeah. I don't know if it's another game of chess with between lawyers. I have no idea.
Well,
someone also said, Joe,
yeah.
Someone said that there's no male court reporters. I don't think I've ever seen one. And you want to know why that is? because a man couldn't do the job. It's as
Well,
simple as that.
that's it. Well, yeah.
You've got to be
Is
a
that right? There are
multitasker.
none?
Not that
I
I've
guess
never
that's
seen
probably,
one.
I mean, I've never seen one either.
Yeah. How did they get a DNA sample for Anna? That's the question, and that's a good question. I guess from the blood. Joe, is that right?
What? Well,
They
they can get it from blood, hair. They can get it from anything, skin sample. It doesn't have to be blood, although it's often blood. Saliva, urine. I can go on with body fluids that come other places, but it doesn't have to be blood. It's just often it's blood.
Do you think that the prosecution is presenting a case similar to what they would have if he hadn't pled? Good question. Kind of seems like it
You
to
know
me,
what?
but not true.
Yeah. I think the answer to that is yes, but it's not because the case would have been the same no matter what. I think what happened was, since the plea came so late, the prosecution did not have the time. I mean, remember, they're building this case, they're preparing, they're getting witnesses ready, they've got their opening statements done, they know what evidence they're going to use, they know the sequencing, and then a week out, he pleads to a major component. That is, he says, yeah, I took care of the body. And I don't think they had the time to reassess, pivot, and do it again. So I do think they're doing the same thing, but not because I think that if they were starting fresh and they knew he had pled, they would do it quite this way. It's because they couldn't, at 5 or 7 days out, redo everything to match what the new defense was.
What did it say here? Did one of the DNA people say she got a DNA saliva sample? That would be impossible, I think, unless there
Well,
was
they got
saliva.
it. They got it from the FBI doing the saliva samples back when Brian Walshe was, I assume, being prosecuted for the other. They said that one FBI agent got a saliva sample from Brian, one got it from Anna. They ended up with it in the FBI lab, and then the police got the samples from the FBI.
All right. All right. Well, listen, we've got about 44 minutes here on a lunch break. They should be back at 2. I'll be here. I believe Joe will be here. A reminder, Donna Adelson has been moved. She's in the Homestead Correctional Facility, and we will get her, not her, but we will be doing a show about her. Maybe she'll call in. You don't know. But we'll be doing a show about Donna, 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. What is this new home like? What took so long, and what is her future going to look like in this new home?
Then I'm going to do my 5 o'clock wrap up on this. Although I don't know how long it will be, since a lot of it's going to be, we had 5 dozen experts come in, each to say what they did, and it was the same thing, just different pieces of evidence.
Well,
At different stages of the 4 stages of getting the evidence ready.
It could get interesting with this witness if he takes the stand. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We will see. All right, everybody. See you in a little bit. Thank you for being here. I'm going to leave this stream up, and we will be back.
Hi, for those of you who are here, hello, proffers, hello, everybody who is on this stream to watch the trial. And again, we're watching the fan go around and around and around. And again, the judge is late. This is quite an extraordinary day. She's been on time. Oh, here, maybe we're, nope, look at that. It's still the fan going around and around and around. Here, I thought she was just someone who would be on time and precise and amazing that way. And she's proved she's human. What about that? I mean, I'm just amazed.
I am here.
Oh,
I
hi.
was listening in. It's only Tuesday. It feels like Friday at 11:30 at night, but it is only Tuesday, everyone. And here we are, 2 weeks from I don't know, winter break. A little thing called Hanukkah, Christmas, New Year's, and I think everyone's looking forward to a little bit of time off here. Joe, a couple questions trickling in here. Will Brian have to reveal to the court how and when he disposed of Anna's body?
Well, it's not that he has to reveal it to the court, but if he testifies, he's going to be asked. He's got to give a story that he found her in the bed, and that seems to me to permit the prosecutor to say, well, what did you do next? And where is she?
And Joe, where are we on the Brian Walshe takes the stand?
I still think he's got to do it. Here's the deal. His defense lawyer in opening statement said he was going to testify and then gave his story for him. The story is not in evidence. The only person who can get that story in evidence is Brian Walshe. If he doesn't get on the stand, and you're not permitted in opening as a lawyer to say something that you don't have a good faith belief will come out in evidence because you can't give evidence. So I'm assume that if Brian Walshe didn't testify, that his lawyers could say, he said he was going to testify. We expected him to testify. We believed he would testify and demonstrate a sufficient showing that the court would not sanction them for being in bad faith. But at that point, the jury has heard this story that they shouldn't have heard at all. And then the question is, what does the judge do? I mean, the prosecutor has a right to say, hey, now that story is in, we have no way of cross-examining him. We have no way of confronting him. We've got to at least let the jury know that it's not evidence. And then you hit the Fifth Amendment privilege problem. The defendant has the absolute right not to testify. And that is such a huge constitutional protection that that's been interpreted to mean not only that no one can comment if a defendant doesn't take the stand at a trial, but it's broader than that. So the prosecutor is limited. The prosecutor could not get up in a closing statement and say they didn't put in any evidence, because that gets too close to implicating the fact that the defendant did not take the stand. So I don't think the judge will be able to say to the jury, in fact, I'm sure she won't, that he didn't testify when his jury promised. So his lawyer promised, so she'd have to do something to take care of the fact that there was no evidence of it and still stay away from the issue with the privilege. Huge issue.
And that happened in the Donna Adelson trial as well. Remember, we thought she was taking the stand. And then this whole conversation came back up about there can't even be a slight implication in any line of questioning by the government.
Right.
Yeah.
But in Donna's case, the lawyer didn't get up in opening and say she was going to testify, that I recall. So I think he's going to testify. I just don't see how he can avoid it.
All right, where are we, counsel?
Your Honor, we can either do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, or we could continue on with DNA and do summons still on.
Well, if we go back, if we stay on DNA, which I'm happy to do, is that going to end the day, or we're going to hit Mr. Mutlu at some point today? Is he going to hit the stand at some point today?
I think DNA is going to go about another hour to 90 minutes. It could go 2 hours.
So I'm going to take it from that the answer is no.
It's possible. I guess is my answer. I don't like. I know we don't like to hedge bets, but I'm going to hedge my bet on this one because I don't want to be shy a witness when we can still do work.
Well, in light of what you've told me about the schedule, I will be happy to let the jury go at 3:30 today.
Okay.
If that
Very
happens.
nice, Space Ghost.
And we are still on the same schedule.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, we are.
All right. Well, we'll talk about that again at the end of the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does she have white on her robe? What's going on there?
Isn't that
What
her
I'll
little
say with
collar?
regard to
or
that
no?
is you're in a better position to evaluate how long a voir dire would take. I don't need the jury in the building while we're doing a voir dire.
Yes.
So I guess it would be my mild preference to just continue on where we are today, talking about DNA, and then tell the jury that they can come back later in the day tomorrow instead of a 9 a.m. start. Maybe we'll do a 10 a.m. start for them and do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu in that time while the jury's on their own time and not on our time. How does that all sound?
That sounds like a very good idea, Your Honor. And I tell you, I have the keeper of records from Home Goods here just in case. And that would take about 20 minutes if we did end below.
All right. And how long, I won't hold you to it, but Mr. Mutlu's voir dire, as I understand it, and frankly, I had to remind myself through the pleadings what exactly it is we were voir diring him on. Now that I have reminded myself of what we're voir diring him on, how long do you anticipate, and I'll go to your brother in a second, but how long do you anticipate it will take you to present that evidence?
I think about 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the outside, Your Honor.
All right. I was thinking it was relatively short. More, I was checking to make sure that there wasn't a big disconnect between my expectations and what you're thinking. Do you agree, Attorney Tipton?
This is Attorney Ford.
Do you agree, Attorney Porges?
I do.
All right. So there's other matters we could handle in the morning tomorrow as well. Be prepared for those, including what I said to you at the side of the bench the other day with regard to the first 2 or 3 pages that I was looking for from you. Do you understand?
We do, Your Honor.
Attorney Tipton?
Wow, that's cryptic.
Yeah.
I can bring the jury in.
So the voir dire, I assume, will be out in open courtroom, but this thing that she's being cryptic about may be another sidebar.
Yep. So it sounds like court's going to start at 9 for the voir dire, and then the jurors are going to come in at 10. By the way, first day,
Yes.
he's not wearing a suit. We see him in his cashmere-esque
Yeah,
sweater.
I mentioned it.
Yeah. Oh, there you
I
go.
think that's too casual. He's on trial.
Hold
He
on
should
for
have
a
a
minute.
jacket on.
Not you,
That's
them.
Joe. That's what my mother would say. Mother Nature calls. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. I'm going to bounce out. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
You're all set now. Thank you.
We get to hear the voir dire is the question from Maureen Conroy. I'm assuming yes. The jury won't, but I don't see any reason why we wouldn't from what she said. The other thing that she made that cryptic comment about, I think we will not hear. Unless the answer at the end of it is it will be in the evidence and then we'll hear it when it comes up at trial.
Sorry.
I don't even think that, well, I said that already, that light color doesn't look good on him. Not that I care, but I don't think it does. And I will be doing my 5 o'clock wrap up You heard Joel earlier say that he's going to do a show on Donna Adelson, who's been moved into her permanent home. He estimates about 40 minutes outside Miami. So 2 more hours, an hour and a half to 2 more hours of the DNA people. Hopefully some of it will be the interpreter, Salim,
All right, so
Salim
please, jurors entering.
will actually tell us about which DNA showed up as Anna's or I think it's the oldest son. I got a question about why they didn't stipulate to all of this, which is a really good question. It may be that the Commonwealth wants to emphasize how many people looked at it, how much time it took, what their credentials were. And it may be that the defense wanted to have the opportunity to cross a couple of them.
His next witness.
On what a
Salim.
what a nanogram is, and showing how
That's
much
a picogram to you, Patuto.
What?
Picogram.
Yeah, picogram. That's right. That's the one I couldn't remember. Nanogram and picogram.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do. Thank you.
She's bringing books with her.
Yeah, it's going to be a long afternoon of tedious, no offense to forensic scientists.
Yeah, you don't like this sort of evidence. I don't mind it, actually.
I want to hear from the last
Thank you.
guest.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your full name and spelling your name?
My name is Saman Salim, Saman. Last name is Saleem.
And could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Boston College in biochemistry and a master's of science in forensic science from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I currently work as a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab within the DNA unit.
And what is a forensic scientist 3?
A forensic scientist 3 is a supervisory position within the DNA unit, where I manage other analysts, forensic scientist 1 and 2, that work within the DNA unit.
So how many people do you supervise?
I supervise 6 people currently.
And what are your responsibilities in supervising those people?
As a supervisor, I manage their caseload by assigning them cases to work on in the laboratory, as well as for interpretation of DNA profiles for evidence items that are submitted to the DNA unit. I also train them in the methodologies for DNA testing. For example, if there's any new hires in our laboratory, I would be part of their training program where I would teach them about the laboratory work that's conducted, as well as give them presentations on the theoretical background of DNA testing. In addition to that, I also work on my own cases, so where I'm assigned cases by my manager, and I do the interpretation of DNA testing on those cases and review the cases of other people and what they've worked on.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
When I first began at the DNA unit 10 years ago, I went through an 8-month-long training program where I learned about the theoretical discipline of forensic DNA testing, as well as the practical application of it. I tested mock evidence samples in the laboratory to determine what those DNA profiles were and learned about how to do that testing. Additionally, since that training, every year we go through continuing education where we learn about new methodologies that we're adopting in the laboratory, and also any kind of changes that are happening in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
So you said that you've had testing, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Have you had testing?
Yes.
And what kind of testing have you had?
So every time there's a new technology adopted or there's new training that I go through, at the end of that training, we do a competency test where we are tested on if we have understood that methodology by taking a written exam or oral exam, as well as a practical exam in the laboratory. In addition to that, twice a year, we go through proficiency testing.
So have you passed the competency testing that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
And you said that twice a year you have proficiency testing. Who monitors that or provides that proficiency testing?
So the proficiency test samples are provided by an external agency, and those samples are tested in our laboratory as we would process any casework samples as well. And then the answers for those items of evidence, the DNA profiles we obtained, are submitted back to that external agency, who will then grade us to ensure that we obtain the correct DNA profiles.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I've passed all the ones I've taken over the 10 years.
Thank you. Are you familiar with lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I am.
And what type of DNA testing was conducted in this case?
In this case, we conducted a type of testing known as STR DNA testing, which follows a 4-step process in the laboratory, at the end of which we obtain a DNA profile.
Okay, so just generally, can you discuss that 4-step process?
Generally, that 4-step process starts with extraction in the first step, where we break open the cells in which the DNA is found. This is similar to like cracking open an egg, where the DNA is found within the yolk of it, and we extract that DNA. We use heat and chemicals to do this. The second step is known as quantitation, where we determine how much DNA is present in that sample so that we can proceed with the next step. The next step is known as amplification. In that third step, we make millions and millions of copies of the DNA that is found there, targeting certain locations within the DNA. In this case, we target 26 locations that are found throughout the chromosome, as well as a sex determining locus as well. And then the last step is capillary electrophoresis. During that step, we analyze those copies of DNA to generate a DNA profile, which can then be interpreted for comparison purposes.
And then once the raw data is generated, you said that you're able to make some comparison here?
Yes.
And how is that done generally?
So generally, the first thing we would do is interpret the DNA profile, which means that we would observe that DNA profile to see what is in that DNA profile. So what are the different characteristics of the DNA that we're observing at these 26 locations that we have tested? We will determine how many individuals are in this mixture. So the number of people that make up this DNA profile, is it coming from one person or multiple individuals? And then that profile, once we've determined what it is, we can compare it to a known standard or somebody whose DNA profile we know, to see if they would be included in that sample or excluded from it.
And in this case, 23-00596, there were many items that were tested by multiple people in the lab for DNA testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all of those people did the 4-step process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was your role here?
At the end of that 4-step process, data is generated on a computer. At the end of that process, my role comes in at that point where I look at that data. So it comes off in a form that we have to interpret using a software program. So that's where my role starts, where I interpret that data.
So I'm now going to start to ask you about what you did here and about each individual piece of data that you looked at with each individual item that you looked at. Is that okay?
That's okay.
So let's start with the first round of testing and the first items that you looked at. I want to ask you about item 9-27.2.1. What is that item, ma'am?
Do you mind if I look at my notes?
You may look at your notes.
Thank you. That is a sample of an interior of dark gray slippers found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 270 million times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
So what does that mean?
So the statistic we report is known as a likelihood ratio. The first part of this is determining what the DNA profile is. In this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of 3 contributors, meaning that the profile that was observed on this item came from 3 individuals. In this profile, when we do a comparison, we compare the characteristics at each of these 26 locations to see if the profile that is on Anna Walshe's profile matches those or is consistent with the ones that are observed in the DNA profile. And through the statistical analysis, what we learned is that it is at least 270 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it did not, and 2 other individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. The likelihood ratio is a statistical calculation that shows us how likely it is to observe a DNA profile given two propositions. One, that the person would be included in the DNA profile, or the other, that the person is excluded or not included in the DNA profile. And the value of that likelihood ratio can tell us which of these propositions is more likely to observe this DNA profile given either of these propositions.
So how do you calculate the likelihood ratio?
That is calculated using a software known as STR Mix or Star Mix. And in that software, we use calculations that we derive from the general population of how common or rare certain characteristics are at these 26 locations observed. And we use that in the general population in the US, and we use that information to calculate the likelihood ratio.
Can you explain when you said this was a mixture of 3 contributors?
So that just means that the DNA profile that we observed at these 26 locations, what I observed is that I would see DNA from multiple people, in this case, 3 individuals. We receive half our DNA from our mother and half from our father. So we would expect to see for a single source profile or something coming from one person would either have one characteristic or 2 characteristics at each of these locations. In some of these locations, I saw 5 or 6 characteristics, which means that there's at least 3 people here in this mixture.
Thank you to Willow.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 12 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
What is a quintillion?
Quintillion is 1 followed by 18 zeros.
Can you tell when the DNA was contributed?
I cannot, to the testing that we do, we cannot determine when or how the DNA was deposited on an evidence item.
Does DNA have to be contributed at the same time?
No, it does not.
Moving to item 9-27.3.1. Can you tell me what that item is?
That was a sample from stain A on the exterior top left of the gray slipper, bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And can you tell me what's the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 16 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 77 times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals, unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support for an inclusion. Our DNA unit validation studies have shown that there is an inclusion of non-contributors in this range, likelihood ratio range of about 2 to 1,000, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what does that mean?
So when we do these calculations for the likelihood ratio, we're relying on the DNA profile that we observed in that evidence item. The more data we have there, that means the more of these 26 locations where we observe this DNA profile, the higher the statistic will be for an inclusion. And that's because there's more support and more data observed. When there is limited support for an inclusion, it means that the data for that contributor in that mixture, so it doesn't mean everyone in that mixture had less DNA, just that one or more contributors had less DNA available there for comparison, so the statistic is lower because of it. In our validation studies, what we did see, because all humans do share some DNA with each other, that we would see some non-contributors, meaning that people who really shouldn't, we made mixtures where we knew who was in those mixtures. And so we would have some non-contributors get a positive likelihood ratio that's inclusionary, show that they're included when they really shouldn't be included. And it's because they happen to have some alleles that are common with what was observed in the DNA profile. So in this case, for the statistic, even though there is support for an inclusion, that support is limited, meaning that there is less data available.
What is an anillion?
An anillion is 1 followed by 30 zeros.
What type of cells is DNA found in?
It is found in all kinds of biological cells that we have, such as our blood cells, which are our white blood cells, our hair cells, skin cells, saliva, anything we could have in our body that has a nucleus. Any cell that has a nucleus would have DNA in it.
And what of those is potentially found in a shoe?
From a shoe, it could be if there's a biological process that's deposited on there, that biological fluid could contribute DNA, or more typically for clothing and shoes, it would be from skin cells that are from wearing that shoe multiple times.
Do your results tell you what type of cells these came from?
No, they do not.
And do the individuals have to contribute the same type of cells?
No, they do not. One of the things that could cause a mixture of DNA profiles is if there's different types of cells from different individuals that are contributing to the same evidence item.
What is item 9-32.1.1?
That is a sample of an interior sleeve cuff of a Tyvek suit that was found in bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile for this item was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 4.8 nanillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 100 trillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
So when you say things like this supply provides support for an inclusion, is that standard language that you're using?
Yes.
And standard language for whom?
The standard language for forensic DNA analysis in general, and then at our laboratory, we've adopted this language as part of it. Many laboratories would use very similar language.
What is item 9-32.2.1?
Sample from stain A of the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And is this the same Tyvek suit that we just discussed previously in 9-32.1.1?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, there was the DNA profile was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this single source female DNA profile.
What does that mean?
So the single source DNA profile is probably the easiest ones for us to do a comparison because we should be able to see if the single source profile we have from the evidence matches the one profile we have from our known standard or the reference we have. So when I say somebody's excluded, it means that the two profiles don't match each other.
What is item 9-32.5.1?
And that is a sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit.
And is this the same Tyvek suit as discussed with items 3 and 4 that we previously discussed?
Yes.
But is this a different stain?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 110 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And what is sextillion?
A sextillion is 1 followed by 21 zeros.
I'm sorry,
21 zeros.
Thank you. Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is estimated to be 6 times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual. This provides limited support for an exclusion. Similar to before, the MSPCL DNA unit validation studies have shown that exclusions for the inverse likelihood ratio range of 2 to 1,000 have shown known contributors could be excluded, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what is limited support for exclusion?
So it's very similar to the inclusion one I described in our validation studies. We also looked at profiles where since we knew who those mixtures were made of, those individuals, we would compare this to those individuals. And when there's limited data available, again, for comparison for one or more of the contributors in a mixture profile, the statistic would be lower, but it's on the exclusion side. And when it is a lower statistic on the exclusion side, we would like to report it as a number, just so we can be clear that there's a possibility that somebody who is truly meant to be in this mixture would be actually excluded from it because of there being limited data for support. So in this case, there is support for an exclusion, but there is only 6 times more likely for that support. The likelihood ratio is in that range of 2 to 1,000 again.
What is item 16-13.1?
This was an unknown tissue that recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
So I want to move on now to the next round of DNA testing. What is item 5-1.1?
This is a sample from swabs of red-brown stain K on a basement floor in 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 15 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown unrelated individuals. And again, this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walsh to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.3.1?
This was a sample of stained area C on the blade of a hacksaw, placard number 8, 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, a female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walsh to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walsh?
Brian Walsh is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.4.1?
That is a sample of the handle of the hacksaw, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh than from an unknown, unrelated individual. And this provides support that Anna Walsh is included in this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walsh?
Brian Walsh is excluded from this DNA profile.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
What is item 9-22.1.1?
That is sample from stain A on a white towel number 1 with red-brown stains on it that was found in bag number 2 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh than from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walsh to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walsh?
Brian Walsh is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-28.1.1?
This was a sample of stained area A on apparent hairs found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
What was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed on this item originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
The DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walsh to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-31.1?
That is a sample from cutting of red-brown stain on a piece of rug from bag number 5 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walsh to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walsh?
Brian Walsh is excluded from this DNA profile.
Moving on to the third round of DNA testing. What is item 7-13.1?
It is a sample from area A on the head of a hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result from this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 33 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walsh to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walsh?
Brian Walsh is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-13.2.1?
That is the sample from the handle of the hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile from this item was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors. Due to limited information available, contributor 2 was deemed not suitable for comparison purposes.
So, were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 2.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals, and this provides support for the inclusion of Anna Walsh to this profile.
And what does it mean due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison?
It just means that in this mixture DNA profile, the data that is observed for one of these two contributors is so low level that we would not be able to make a comparison to any known reference standards. So we test 26 locations. We require in our DNA processing that data must be observed at a minimum of 3 locations for us to be able to do any comparisons to it. In this case, data was observed at less than 3 locations for the second contributor.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And you said that you were able to provide support for Anna Walsh, but were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walsh?
Brian Walsh is excluded from the first contributor that's suitable for comparison in this DNA profile.
So what does that mean?
So since it's a mixture of 2 contributors and I can only compare one of the 2, that one contributor, the DNA profile shows that it's the likelihood ratio shows support for inclusion of Anna Walsh to this profile, but Brian Walsh is excluded from that suitable for comparison first contributor in this profile.
What was item 9-20.1?
That was sampled from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains on it, found in bag number 2 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a male DNA profile obtained on this item originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
Anna Walsh was excluded from this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 23 octillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. And this provides support that Brian Walshe is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Elon Musk will be the first octillionaire, Joe. Some interesting questions coming in. I don't know how much time we have here, but real quick, some of these where they are definitively saying, you know, it's 30 million more times likely to be Anna, but there's no, that Brian is excluded. Do we have an answer as to why he would be excluded?
Cross.
They said there was not enough. Excluded doesn't mean they found that it wasn't his. What she's saying is there wasn't enough tested to show, to be able to conclude that it was.
Okay. All right, here comes the cross here.
I think you said it in your in some of your answers in regards to the first round of testing that you testified to. And was that testing, was the report issued on January 13th of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And in the context of some of your answers to the testing results that you told this jury about, for instance, sample 9-27.2.1 at paragraph 1 on page 2. You indicate that it was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors.
That's correct.
Now, as you were explaining that and some of the other conclusions and the results of testing, you used the phrase at least 3 people, correct?
That's correct.
So when you write this report and you include the phrase, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, it's more accurate to say the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of at least 3 contributors?
No, when we are doing our testing, we are using the information that we have in our profile. And in order to do any comparison analysis or further any kind of interpretation on it, we have to determine the number of contributors. So in this case, the data that I observed showed that there was 3 individuals in this. There could be more, but it's not in the data that I observed.
There could be more, though.
Yes, obviously the instrumentation we use, there could be contributors that are there that are not detected, but the ones that I observed, the profile showed a mixture of 3 contributors, which is how I interpreted this profile.
And when you interpret the number of mixtures, like you've just explained to the jury, am I right in saying that since we each inherit 1 allele from our father at a particular locus and 1 allele from our mother, then we typically have 2 different alleles at that one particular locus. Is that fair to say?
We could have 1 or 2 alleles at a locus, depends on if you inherit the same characteristic from both the mother and the father, or you inherit 2 different characteristics from the mother and the father.
And when you inherit the same allele, your father gives you the same allele as your mother, that would be a homozygote. That would be another way to frame that.
That's correct. That's a scientific term for that.
As opposed to 2 different alleles, your mother gave you 1 allele, your father gave you a different allele, then you'd be considered a heterozygote at that locus.
That's correct.
So what you're doing is and please correct me if I'm wrong, what you're doing is you're looking at all the alleles that you have in front of you on a particular sample, and you're trying to determine how many, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to determine how many peaks you have at a particular locus. And for instance, if you had, for instance, two heterozygotes combined in a two-part mixture, you would probably expect to see 4 different alleles there.
If we were looking at a mixture of 2 contributors, we would expect to see up 3 or 4 characteristics at the location. When we are looking at the DNA profile, he mentioned the word peaks. They kind of look like an EKG. If you can imagine like peaks and valleys on an EKG, that's what our data looks like. And so when we're looking at that, we are trying to just not only look at how many of those peaks are present, but what the level of each of those peaks is, because that can also tell us if it's coming from different individuals. So you would expect that if the same individual is contributing DNA to it at all of these 26 locations, they would contribute similar amounts of DNA at all the 26 locations. And so if we see some high peaks in one location and low peaks in a different one, that could also tell us that there is a mixture present as well. So not only looking at the number of peaks that are present, but also the level of these peaks.
And so there are some assumptions being made about the way you interpret the data.
The assumptions we're making is based in science that we inherit half our DNA from our mother and half from our DNA, half our DNA from our father. So we expect to see 1 or 2 alleles or peaks at each of these locations. So we're using that information to then assess the profile to see how many contributors are in this profile.
And without complicating this too much, and I don't intend to do that, but there is observed in DNA testing data, not just at a particular allele, 1 allele if it's a homozygote or 2 alleles if it's a heterozygote, but there's actually times when there's a triallelic allele, all right?
That's correct.
And so that's all I meant about the assumptions. And I understand they're scientifically based, but there are assumptions being made, correct?
Right. So if there is something like a triallelic pattern, there is a pattern to them. And we do know what those patterns look like. And what triallelic is that during the process, during the cell formation that happens, there's a mutation that occurs in the DNA that causes an extra copy to be present, either of either the allele from your mother, or the allele from your father, or a form of that allele. And that would cause, instead of seeing 1 or 2 peaks, we would see 3 peaks present for that person. But those usually have a pattern to them. And we can look at that, especially in single source profiles, and determine that. I did not observe any such things in the profiles that I saw in this testing that we did.
It's very clear, isn't it, that you have in a lot of these samples, if not most of these samples, you have concluded that a profile that was associated with Anna Walshe from a known sample, you could see the same profile in many of these samples, correct?
For any of the ones that were single source contributors, meaning there's only one person, that's where I can make that exact matching from the reference.
And then the ones that are mixtures?
The ones that are mixtures, those we would have to compare the whole profile as a whole. So it wouldn't always just be a matching of the 2 different peaks that we see. It would be a matching of looking at that plus the information we have on the levels of that contribution to see how likely it is to observe that profile if they were included in this mixture versus not included in this mixture.
Thank you. We appreciate your very clear answers. And what I would like to ask you now is something that you said early on direct examination. Your DNA testing and your results that you're reporting to this jury, it does not inform you of how a particular biological substance or a nuclear cell that resulted in the DNA profile, how it was deposited on that particular object that appears here in the reports, correct?
That's correct. We cannot determine how the DNA was deposited.
And if I were to tell you and suggest to you that for many of these items that were tested, if they were found combined with other items in a bag, and those other items came into contact with each other, you would agree with me that you can't tell this jury if the biological substance that was tested on one object might not have been transferred simply from another object that it came into contact with in that bag, correct?
Overruled.
That's correct. It could be transferred from one item to another item in a bag.
And would that transfer that word you just used, would that transfer also occur if two items or more were placed in a single bag, and then that bag was actually compressed by a compactor that compressed that bag very tightly to reduce its size? Would it be even more likely that there would be a, quote, transfer between those two objects of biological material?
Objection to the hypotheticals? Rephrase your question.
Would transfer be more likely if two or more objects were placed in a bag, placed after that into a compactor, and compressed together where the items within that bag were compressed together?
Objection. Same question.
Same result.
If two items come into contact with each other, there's a possibility of transfer of biological material on those two items, correct?
That's correct.
And does the possibility of transfer between two items, would it increase if those items are pressed together tightly for a period of time?
I'm not sure if the chances would increase or decrease if they're pressed together, but if two items were to come in contact with each other, there would be a likely transfer of DNA.
So based on all of your based on all of your observations of the data and the results here, once again, you can't say how any of the biological material was deposited on any of these items, correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell the jury, and it's the limitation of the DNA testing, you can't tell when it was deposited, correct?
That's correct.
And for instance, if there is a particular object like a tool, let's say a hatchet, you cannot tell from your DNA testing if that hatchet actually ever came into contact with the biological material.
Objection.
I didn't finish, but maybe I'll start over again.
How does this guy ask this question and go home and sleep peacefully right now that he's about to ask? I guess it's his job.
The DNA testing on a particular object does not tell you that that object was ever used against a person whose DNA profile appears on that object.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you have told us that the biological substance that was tested does not tell you anything about how that biological substance got on that item, correct?
That's correct. The DNA testing that we do cannot tell us how or when the DNA was deposited on an item.
It was just a pet hatchet. He just wanted a pet
And I think you told us this on direct, but I just want to make sure I understood it completely. The DNA testing that you conducted here on the biological samples, that can result, the DNA profile can result from any nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct.
And so we heard you refer to skin cells, correct?
That's correct.
And we heard you refer to blood cells, correct?
Yes, except for red blood cells, all other types of blood cells do have nucleuses.
Okay. And so when you are given samples to test, you do not determine in your laboratory, and you can't determine based on your DNA results, whether your DNA results are the result of a profile coming from a skin cell or a blood cell or some other nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct. We would not be able to determine the cell type from which that DNA profile was obtained.
And even though sometimes you might get a sample that's identified as a red-brown stain on an item, especially an item of clothing, even if you got a full profile from that particular stain, you still don't know if the profile you got came from epithelial cells or skin cells versus blood cells, correct?
That's correct. We would not know if it came from any blood cells that were present on that item or skin cells that might have been present on that item as well.
Thank you, Mim Benjamin. Very, very kind. Thank you.
And on sample 7-13.2.1, I think that's the sample that you explained to the jury that it was a mixture of two contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And even though you concluded that it was a mixture of two contributors, you said that due to the limited information, the contributor two, and you put in, you actually refer to it as contributors, and you put the S at the end of contributor in parentheses, contributors, two is not suitable for comparison, correct?
So a contributor is just one contributor. Contributor two is not suitable. The reason there's a parentheses S there is because we use similar conclusions when we have multiple contributors that may not be suitable for comparison. The wording that we use, like I said, it's from our protocols that is designed to sort of kind of cover all different types of DNA profiles that we can see. So in similar conclusions can be written where we would say contributors 2 and 3 would not be suitable for comparison, which is why there's a parentheses S there. In this case, the only contributor that I'm talking about that is not suitable for comparison is contributor 2.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
See you at the side of the bench.
All right, it is 3:05 Eastern Standard Time, and we've seen a who's who of forensic scientists, at least at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. I've gone from Troy Adams, Emily Oliver, Mary Nagel, Jolie Bregu, Saman Salim was the last one. Joe Patuto, what are you gleaning? What is most important here? There was a moment with Saman Salim, this last woman, where she says it is honest blood. What is the likelihood? And she says 30 nillion times more likely to be hers than anyone else's. What do you make of the testimony?
Well, I wish she were able to speak in plain English.
That makes two of us. This is like death by 1,000 paper cuts. What we're witnessing.
But she's certainly tying the stuff that was found in the trash bags, some of it at least, to Anna. And the fact that her blood was found on the head of on the head of the hatchet, and I think it was found on the head of the hammer, was it? Mm-hmm. It's really, really, it's just impossible to imagine.
Well, Joe, let me ask you a follow-up here. You are the professor emerita, University of Nebraska School of Law, and you said, I wish they could do this in English. So what are these jurors going to do with this information? If a law professor is sitting here trying to figure it out and decide what is actually being said.
I think what they're going to come away with, Joel, is the nillions and the what
The nonillions, the whatever,
Those big,
octillions.
big, big, big numbers, and it's her DNA. Or those big, big, big numbers, and it's his DNA. That I think they got.
Mm.
But
Yeah, and I think that's the obvious point. I mean, I got to ask this: is Tipton here, the defense attorney? I mean, is there a calculus in the amount of time that he's taking and crossing and asking repetitive questions? Is it so that jurors say to themselves, "I really have no idea what just happened or what's going on"? I mean, is that part of the strategy here?
I don't know what the strategy is. It could be. What I keep saying, I've said this the first day, Joel, and I have not changed my mind. Going after things that you've already conceded.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they concede that she
Right.
was dead in the bed and he managed to remove the body. So then why all of this when you've already conceded it? I don't understand it. I would love to interview and find out what it is that he thinks he's doing. I don't think he, the only thing I think that he was able to do was the witness said she couldn't say whether it was skin or blood, that she could tell it was DNA. And I suppose that's something for him. But if you've already agreed that he's responsible, I don't understand the rest of it at all. So I can't answer. Maybe somebody in the chat has an answer. What's your answer, Joel?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth-
Same as West Coast Magic. There's no doubt that it's Anna's DNA is what I got out of all them big numbers.
Right.
Yeah. Love it. Now, are we done with scientists here? Because if we are, I don't think we are, though. I don't know. Here comes.
Oh, here's somebody else coming up. It doesn't look like we're done. He said they're going to do the experts today. So if this is another witness.
Yep. And just so you all know, the judge said we would probably end early today, likely around 3:30. Yeah, that is 21 minutes away.
There you go. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Michael Roddy, Roddy.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for Home Goods.
And what do you do for Home Goods?
Thank
I'm
God.
a district loss prevention manager.
And can you tell us what is Home Goods?
It's the place you go when you want to buy stuff for your home.
I take it that your home, it's a retail store.
It is.
Give that man a raise.
Home Goods, is it part of a larger corporation or umbrella of stores?
It is. It falls under TJX, which also has TJ Maxx, Marshalls, HomeSense, and Sierra.
And how long have you been with Home Goods, sir?
Home Goods itself, 9 years, TJX 19.
And can you tell us about your responsibilities for Home Goods?
Sure. At the core, it's really protecting the assets of the company and the business.
And so how many, do you have a geographic region that you're responsible for?
I do. I cover 11 locations.
And of those 11 locations, are you familiar with a location in Norwell?
I am.
What location does Home Goods have in Norwell?
It's store number 122 in Norwell. I believe it's on Washington Street, Washington.
And that store in Norwell, are there any other TJX properties in that same plaza?
There's TJ Maxx right next to it. Same plaza.
Now, sir, are you familiar with surveillance videos that were turned over by Home Goods in this matter?
I am.
And have you had the chance to review them prior to coming to court today?
I have.
Have they been altered in any way?
They have not.
Now, sir, Home Goods, does it maintain its surveillance videos in good faith?
It does.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
It does.
And when it's surveillance videos, I take it they're recorded digitally, correct?
They are.
So when they're recorded, they're going to a server?
They do.
And who has access to the server of surveillance videos?
Myself, direct reports of mine, and home office loss prevention.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Look at this primetime KCL. I'm currently listening from Home Goods.
Mr. Roddy, you recognize this thumb drive I'm showing you?
I do.
Did you have the opportunity to review the videos from this thumb drive?
I did.
And they have videos from the Norwell Home Goods store for January 2nd and January 4th.
Yes, they do.
What the hell was he buying at Home Goods, this guy?
The Home Goods surveillance videos for January 2nd and 4th, marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection to that?
No.
I believe we're at 251. Is that correct, Madam Court Reporter? That thumb drive is now admitted into evidence. The Home Goods Norwell thumb drive.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the Commonwealth publish videos from the drive?
Yes, you may.
So, Ms. Gilman, could we have the first video for January 2nd of entrance? And if you could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the camera. It's a public view monitor. When you walk into the building, this is the one you can see yourself on.
Now, Mr. Roddy, the date and time at the bottom for Home Goods, are those accurate or are they off in any way?
No, those are accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
It's interesting how often one answers no to a question when it's really a yes answer.
Here he comes.
Here he is.
Calm as can be after chopping up a
Ms.
woman,
Gilman, could we have
reportedly.
the second video register home? And Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store in Norwell?
So that is the front in our queue line. It's another public view monitor as you're walking towards the registers.
And when you say queue line, so are there items for sale in this line?
There are, yes.
This I recognize. This is a view I know.
Mm.
You come around the corner and then the thing lights up and you find your register.
Are you a Home Goods shopper, Joe?
I'm a shopper everywhere.
Love that.
But Home Goods is definitely one on my list, yes.
That's the best part right there, where they have all like the little, like, I don't know, like chocolates and little weird
Yeah,
things.
the things that they know that you're going to buy while you're waiting online to get out. Yeah.
Yeah, like the phone chargers, all that crap.
Exactly.
Jelly beans.
Uh-huh.
Everyone seems to love Home Goods. I don't know if I could tell you the difference between Home Goods and Michael's. I feel like they're the same store with different names, but I guess Michael's is. Oh, there,
Okay,
got the
so now
rugs.
he's coming out with rugs. Yep, he's got to replace the rugs that.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could stop for the record, we're stopping at 1 minute and 16 seconds on the media player. And Ms. Gilman, could you go to the third video, purchase home? Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the register. I believe that's register number 8. And it's a camera right above the registers behind them.
So isn't this January in Massachusetts and he doesn't have a coat on?
Yeah, maybe it was a warmer day. Good point. Look how casual this guy. I mean, this is unreal.
Amazing.
Yeah. You're
This
innocent
one is-
until
this
proven
one is
guilty in a
supposed
court
to
of
be in a
law.
panic. Excuse
Yeah.
me, sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, you are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, which will likely happen here. But at this point, you got to assume that he has committed this alleged murder. And look at him, Joe. He's got his arms folded. He's just
Yeah.
chilling out. He's in his khakis, just hanging out.
You know, he's the same guy who's making calls to her phone saying, where are you? After he knows she's dead.
Imagine if this store clerk knew what this guy just did. She'd probably be a little bit more nervous.
Well, imagine being a store clerk if you follow real crime at all. You know that the statistics are such that you are going to get one of these people at your register every once in a while.
Yeah. Well, in Home Depot and Lowe's, it's like 97%. Yeah.
Oh, it is for Home Depot. It seems they all go there.
Yeah, they all go there. Home Goods, I'd drop it down to 67%.
Yeah.
But Home
But
Depot,
that's because men think Home Depot is their playground.
yeah. I like to feel like a man. I'll just walk around Home Depot occasionally. The problem is, if I have a question, you can never get anybody there. It's impossible, and I always have questions. They tell you to wait in the aisle, and they'll call someone on the overhead speaker, and then an hour and a half later, you realize no one has come.
Don't you just go find someone and he says, I'm busy, and you say, I'll wait and stare?
It's a great tactic, but no.
Well, that's my tactic when I want someone to help.
If it's Carm, she's like, what do you mean someone will be right there? Aren't you that person? And then she'll just grill the guy till he helps her. I don't have it in me, Joe.
And you grew up in the New York metropolitan area. You're no wonder you moved south. Now I've attacked the South. Don't listen to me. I didn't mean that.
Miami's New York on sort of, yeah.
I either attack this area or that area. I can't win on that.
Yeah. Koberger tried to go to Costco. Yeah. If you kept the camera up, your own camera in front of a Home Depot long enough, you're going to find somebody who's up to no good.
Yeah. He was such a busy bee, though. He's not only cleaning up, but he's replacing things. He's
kind of manicky.
Talking to people about where she is, talking to the police. I mean, his shop, this is the 6th store now by my count that he's been in. Because it was CVS, Walgreens, Home Depot. Now it's Home Goods, Lowe's, and there's another one.
If you could close out of that video and bring us to the 4th one.
This is not a bad idea. Murder supply store.
Pause if you could. Mr. Roddy, where is this in the Norwell store?
So that is an exit mullion. It's in the vestibule between both sets of doors to go outside.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play, please.
And he's a particular shopper. He went to Home Goods for the rugs. He didn't try to find them in Home Depot.
And Mr. Roddy, what is the time upon exit? If you need to see it again, we could just bring it back up.
Yes, please.
I guess they weren't upscale enough in Home Depot for him.
What is the time upon exit for the record?
9:48 and 2 seconds.
And it's January 2nd?
January 2nd.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I was like, on a serious note, I was thinking about this. The 3 little boys are going to.
Yeah.
Mr. Roddy, you recognize this document I'm handing to you?
I do.
What is this?
This is a receipt for a purchase on January 2nd.
Does Home Goods maintain its receipts in good faith?
It does.
Normal course of business?
Yes.
And I take it it's generated at the point that the sale occurs?
Correct, once it's completed.
And this was also turned over to law enforcement in January 2023?
It was.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from January 2nd the receipt from January 2nd at Home Goods as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The Home Goods receipt from January the 2nd is now in evidence as 252.
Home Depot in New Jersey does.
Yeah, they do.
rug.
They do sell rug.
Your
Yeah.
Commonwealth publish 252?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I have some questions about 252, Exhibit 252. At the top, it says TGX. Is that generated internally or is that what's given to the customer?
That is internally.
And so the customer would get a Home Goods at the top.
It would say Home Goods, correct.
In store 280122, is that the Norwell store we were talking about?
Yes, that's the Norwell location.
And now, sir, what does POS 8 mean? POS 8?
That is register number 8, point of sale.
And then cashier, the number, and then there's a name underneath it. What is the significance of that?
The cashier number is the identifier to the associate who's ringing the register.
And sir, are you familiar with the codes with the S underneath them next to the items?
Yes, those are the department numbers.
What is the 35 significant of, S35?
Department 35 is our candle department.
And going further down, what is S75 significant of?
Those are rolled rugs.
What was the total for the sale, sir?
Totals $245.35.
And how was it transacted? Was it cash or charge?
It looks like 2 store value cards were used.
What are store value cards? And I'm sorry, I was interrupting you.
No, those are just, they're cards. They work just like a gift card would work. Same thing.
And if we could scroll all the way down to the bottom, there's a date and time.
Yes, January 2nd, 2023, 9:44 and 36 seconds in the AM.
Wow,
So
one day later.
up on the redemption area, you had mentioned there are store value cards.
Yes.
So with these store value card numbers, were you able to track down when these cards were issued and where?
Yes, we were.
Connor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's another receipt.
It's another receipt, but is it from Home Goods in Norwell?
It is not. It's from Marshall's.
And this Marshall's receipt, what does it have to do with the store value cards?
So this looks like a return without a receipt at a Marshall's in Maryland. So when a return is done without a receipt, the customer receives a store value card, store credit.
And on this receipt, does it denote the last 4 digits of the store value card?
It does.
And so, sir, understanding that, do they bear any similarity to the redemption cards used on your on this receipt that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, it does. On here, it shows the last 4 is 0256, which matched the purchase receipt.
And as a result of being a member of the TGX umbrella, are you able to get access to the Marshall's receipts to find out which card was issued in corresponding to the redemption that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, we can see each brand.
And this is the card that was issued. That was one of the 2 cards that was issued to do that redemption.
Correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this receipt from Marshall's as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The Marshall's receipt. So is there a date on that so I can identify it for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. The Marshall's receipt, sir, before I get the date wrong, can you just...
It is December 28th, 2022.
Thank you.
Marshall's receipt from December 28th, 2022 is now in evidence as Exhibit 253.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 253, the Marshall's receipt from, it's labeled Baltimore receipt.
You may.
Thank you.
So she had a receipt on her on December 28, and he
Mr. Roddy,
has
when marked as 253, where is the location of the Marshall's?
It shows it's in Baltimore, Maryland.
And this is the type of receipt a customer would receive, right? Because it doesn't have the TGX brand at the top?
Correct.
And what is the name of the customer?
Anna Walsh.
And could we scroll all the way down to the bottom? Pause. I'm sorry. So in there's issue of merchandise credit. Is that the card that you were speaking of?
It is.
Okay. And could we go all the way down to the bottom? And sir, can you tell us what you see as far as a date and time for the receipt?
Yes, it's December 28th, 2022. And the time is 4:30 p.m.
So, sir, that was for one of the 2 cards ending in 0256. Were you able to find an additional receipt that corresponded to the second card?
Yes.
And before I go any further, did that card end in 4563?
It did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So what is he going to tell us? That she gave him the cards?
Is this a TGX receipt that corresponds to the issuance of the card we were just talking about as far as the second redemption card?
It does.
And again, these are kept in the normal course of business and in good faith?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this receipt marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor. This would be Washington, D.C. receipt. And can you tell me what type of store this is for? This is TGX at the top.
This one is TJX. That one I couldn't be positive about.
You can just tell me it's a TGX store, but you can't tell me the brand.
Exactly, correct.
But could I mark this as the TGX Washington DC receipt, Your Honor?
There's a date on that one?
Mr. Roddy, can you tell us if there's a date on this one?
There is. Also, it's December 28th, 2022.
Thank you.
Any objection? The Washington DC TJX receipt 12/28/22 is in evidence as 254.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 254, the Washington DC receipt?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, where is the location of this store that issued the card?
It is Washington, D.C.
And if we could scroll down, Ms. Gilman, how much was the card for? How much was issued as far as a card?
$216.44.
And what are the last four digits of the card?
4563.
And if we could continue to scroll down, where it says returned refund, is there a date as far as what is the December 2nd date that we're looking at opposed to a December 28th date?
The December 2nd date would be the date of the original purchase of the merchandise being refunded.
And so the date at the bottom, December 28th, is when the refund was actually issued.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, sir, you also had the opportunity to review videos from January 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also what's already been marked into evidence. And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to publish videos from January 4th, Norwell Home Goods Store.
Is that on the same thumb drive?
Same thumb drive, Your Honor.
251?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video for January 4th? And pause, Ms. Gilman. Sir, Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the public view monitor again at the entrance.
And looking at the bottom of the image, can you see a date and time?
Again,
Can you tell us what the date and time is?
it is 9:57 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video? Mr. Roddy, what view are we looking at here, sir?
This is another register view right behind the registers.
This is a problem with true crime. You will never, ever go into a Home Goods again and not think that someone in there hasn't killed somebody.
I'm just fascinated. I mean, he's just. So what's his theory then? I mean, she had the two cards on her when she got up to Cohasset on January 1. Did she give him the cards and say, hey, you know, you need some money? Let me give you these cards. You can go into the Home Goods and buy something. Or did he find it on her after he killed her?
I think he found it on her.
That's what I think too.
And he said, you know what? I've got to replace some rugs.
Well, and he was I mean, he had to replace the rug, so he didn't do it at Home Depot. He went to Home Goods where there's a larger supply and they're, you know, kind of nicer rugs. So he was not only shopping, he was not an indiscriminate shopper. He had time to think about where he wanted to buy these things.
Yeah, it's wild.
And he'd rather go to two stores than one in order to get precisely closer to what he wanted. It's just incredible.
It really is eerie to just look at him and know that these people have no idea what he's accused of doing. And he's just so nonchalant about it. It's insane. This is when Donna was on trial and Georgia Kappelman said, a killer does not have a look.
Yeah.
It's not like who the person you're expecting it to look like.
Yeah. One thing I'll give him, I worked on a murder appeal in New Jersey, and the husband had murdered his wife in the basement, and there was blood on the rug, and he was living in the house with two relatively small children. And he wasn't prosecuted immediately. They had to build the case. He never replaced the mug. So there are two kids in the house, knowing that their mother was killed in the basement. He didn't move somewhere else. He didn't replace the rug, and he just had those kids live in that house.
It's sick.
He at least cut the rug out.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Can we go to the third video in that file? Mr. Roddy, what part of the store is this?
That is the exit mullion again in the vestibule between the two doors.
And if you could pause, Ms. Gilman. What is the date and time on the video? And for the record, we're at 7 seconds on the media player.
It is 10:07 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman.
Well, he's got gloves on again.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, were you able to produce a receipt for this transaction?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Did he have latex gloves on? I didn't notice.
They were white. I don't know whether they were white or light beige.
Roddy,
And
is
then
this
wear
receipt
really
maintained
light.
the same way that the other Norwell Home Goods receipt is maintained?
Yes.
And does this receipt correspond to the transaction for that video?
It does.
And what is the date on this receipt?
January 4th, 2023.
And at the top, this says TZX. So is that an internally produced receipt opposed to what a customer would see?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this as the next exhibit, Your Honor. January 4th receipt from Norwell Home Goods.
Any objection? The receipt from 1/4/23 from the Norwell Home Goods is now in evidence as 255.
You think those were scented candles? They had a bunch of scented candles.
I would say yes.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I have similar questions. Going down the receipt to the body of the goods purchased, what is the significance of 36?
36 is our towel department.
And what is the significance of 68?
68 is our bath mats or bath rugs.
And going down to the bottom of the receipt, sir, how is this transaction negotiated?
It looks like there was 2 SVCs, 2 credits used.
And was one of them the 4563 that you previously testified about?
It is.
And going down to the bottom of the, is there a date and time on the receipt?
There is January 4th, 2023 at 10:05 a.m.
And you said there was a second SVC card. Were you able to find the receipt or the transaction for that in the TGX systems that issued that second card ending in 4481?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, do you recognize this receipt?
I do.
Is this from a Marshall store?
It is.
And does this receipt show the issuance of the card that you just mentioned, the second card used to transact the sale?
Yes, it does.
And what was the date that this transaction occurred that issued the card?
It was December 8th, 2022.
And where was the store, where was the Marshalls located?
Hingham, Mass.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the Hingham Marshalls December, what was the date again, sir?
12/8/22. Any objection? The 12/8/22 Marshall's receipt is in evidence as 256.
Your Honor, may I call this 256?
You may.
Thank you.
Joe, here's the answer. This candles were scented on the receipt.
Marshalls?
400 Lincoln Street in Hingham, Massachusetts.
And the initial transaction date is what, sir?
The original was December 2nd, 2022.
And going down, sir, what is the first, understanding this is not your store, so you don't know 23s next to the item. What is the description of the item that was purchased?
men's best brand.
And then the second item that was purchased?
Children's toys.
Now, sir, going down if we could. Amount due to customer is what, sir?
$155.91.
And there is a merchandise credit number ending in what, sir?
4481.
And going down, sir, going down, Ms. Gilman, all the way to the bottom, the date for it is what, sir?
December 8th, 2022.
Okay, December 8th. I'm sorry, I might have heard you as December 28th, my bad. Now, sir, on this receipt, is there a name for the customer?
If we go up. So on this one, it is a return with receipt where we don't need ID to process those.
So there's no customer name at the top like there was in the prior ones?
There is not.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Right ahead.
This will be interesting.
Regarding these cards, the last couple of cards you just told the jury about. So am I right to just say that, or to suggest that there was some purchases made in or around the Maryland, DC area at some point in December?
Yes, I'd have to see it again. I'm not sure if it was a purchase or a return.
Okay, purchase or return. There was a transaction.
Yes.
And then whoever transacted that transaction, that's not a very good way to put it, but whoever did that, they eventually got some store credit that was applied to that card, right?
Correct.
And then they walk out of the store with that card, right?
Correct.
And then that card, of course, finds its way down to Massachusetts, and that card is eventually used in Massachusetts sometime around January of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Nothing unusual about that if a family is trading cards back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Did the Commonwealth, the state of Massachusetts here, did they ever ask you to try to get video of those transactions that occurred in December, for instance, from those Washington area?
From myself, it wasn't Home Goods, so not from myself. If it was from a Marshalls or TJ's district loss prevention manager, I'm unsure.
Second member in a Home Goods.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
What difference if law enforcement asked for them? Of course they would ask for them.
I can't believe there's two people actually in a Home Goods watching surveillance video of Home Goods on our show. It's
Well,
unreal.
it's a good place to get decorations.
It's a good place for me to advertise. When you walk into Home Goods now, you should see Surviving the Survivor
Well,
next
there
to
you
the Home
go.
Goods store. Brought to you by Surviving the
We're going
Survivor.
to suspend there for today. I thank you for your
3:40.
work today. And bring you some updates with regard to scheduling. Tomorrow, I'm going to have you return to the courtroom an hour later because I don't want you waiting around for me. I need to attend to other matters that don't require your attention. And so I don't want you waiting around for me to be cleared. So get a little extra time for yourself tomorrow morning. Be here for a 10 a.m. start. I expect, although I don't really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early. And so you may have a shortened day tomorrow. I just tell you these things to keep you as best informed so things don't come as a surprise to you. They happen that way. Right? So that's the update on the schedule for tomorrow. I wish for you all a good night. And while you're having a good night, I remind you of your responsibilities, those orders. Don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about the case. Don't go on any social media or any news media of any kind. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Have a good night. See you back here.
Did y'all see that was her collar? You know, Ruth Ginsburg always wore a white collar, and she got them in a little store in Florence, Italy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
But that's a collar. Like, is that a collar on her shirt that she pokes out
No,
of the
it's
robe?
you have the robes, and then some women buy a little collar to dress it up a little.
Oh,
Ruth
that's.
Ginsburg had all kinds of lace ones. As I say, she bought them at a little store in Florence.
I like the look, and I like the going the extra mile.
Yeah.
So Joe, it's interesting because she just said you guys might have a short day tomorrow. What's going on here with this witness that they seem to be
I don't
dancing
know.
around? Because I thought they were done with the forensic stuff, but apparently they're not.
I thought they were done too. What's left? They have more to put in?
She said there's going to be a little more forensic stuff tomorrow.
I didn't hear her.
I thought
Okay.
she said that. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah,
it's
what's
going to be
going
the
on?
Commonwealth that she thinks will end tomorrow. Maybe.
I don't
Maybe
have
that's
anything
where
other than
maybe
what we discussed previously about your responsibilities of getting things to me. Other than that, I have nothing on my radar for tonight. Anyway, before we suspend tonight, does anyone need to discuss anything else?
Not from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. Not at this time.
All right. Well, all of you have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, she said we might be ending the evidence tomorrow. How do you interpret that? I interpret that as the forensic evidence, not the case.
Well, I thought
for the
she meant
Commonwealth.
that they were going to be done, but then I wondered if she couldn't be talking about the defense also. So I thought maybe she meant just the Commonwealth case. But it would be confusing to the jury. If I was a juror, I might think, gee, the whole case is going to be over tomorrow.
Yeah, I didn't. If STS Nation, let me know what you guys think. She said the evidence would be done tomorrow. Again, I read that as forensic evidence. Now, Teen Bean here saying this, which is true. Voir dire of the witness in the morning before court. So, Joe, I think I heard the prosecutor say they expected that to only take 10 minutes. Now,
I think he was talking about another issue.
Okay.
Maybe I misunderstood, but
no, I don't think you did, because the
Yeah.
voir dire is also being done by the defense, right? So, I don't know. What do you think we see happens tomorrow? This guy, whatever, I can never pronounce it. You know what I'm talking about. The guest who was there.
Mutlu.
Mr. Mutlu.
Or Mutlu. I don't know whether it's a long U or a short U, but
we're gonna find out tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
they still have not called, and on their list was the babysitter nanny, and on the list was the friend Alyssa Kirby, who I think was going to talk about the state of the marriage. Neither of those have been called. Now, maybe the prosecution no longer intends to call them. And then Jem Mutlu, who's still out there. So I think there are potentially 3 more witnesses for the Commonwealth.
Yeah, you see here a babysitter and dinner. There's only one. Is there more than one dinner guest? Is that who?
No, there was only Mutlu at that dinner.
Okay. Yeah, so there's not a lot left. My question is, do we hear more forensic evidence tomorrow before all of this? But then why would she have said for them to come in at 10? Because they're obviously going to do the voir dire. We'll be here, by the way.
I don't think, I think they finished the forensics, because if they still had forensic evidence, why didn't they just bring it, and we would have finished at 4 today? Unless they didn't have all their witnesses there and couldn't. But I don't know what it would be left. They covered collecting the evidence, bagging the evidence, bringing it to the lab, taking it from the lab, giving it to the different experts who then, there was a series of them who had to do things with the evidence before the last witness went through and said what the blood work showed in terms of DNA and blood being Anna's or Brian's. I don't know what else there would be. I mean, it seems to be that sequence is done.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know. You see Patches Esquire, an attorney, I would assume. Mutlu's voir dire's in the morning.
Yeah. And then I thought he was talking about, I thought what he said was he had one more matter, And she said, how long? And he said, not long, 5 to 10 minutes. And she said, we're on the same page, but I wanted to confirm with you.
Yeah. Stacy here says, I missed all day. Just scoot ahead to the last 3 minutes and you'll catch yourself up. You don't have to watch all day. And just next time you go to Home Goods, Stacy, look around carefully is all I can say. Joe Patuto. So again, this Mutlu character could be incredibly important. What is necessary, in your opinion, for the Commonwealth to elicit out of this person, and conversely, what about the defense?
Well, I think what the Commonwealth wants to do is have him testify to the texting that Anna Walshe apparently was doing throughout the dinner, because their claim is Anna Walshe throughout that dinner was texting William Fastow.
Mm-hmm.
And he may also have overheard, I don't know, Brian Walshe saying something about either knowing Fastow or knowing that there was a picture sent, because there was apparently a picture sent, and he may have some, this dinner guest may have some information about that. On the defense side, they're going to get him to say that everything looked normal. They looked like a happy couple. It was a great New Year's Eve. He didn't see anything, untoward in that dinner.
They kissed at the ring of midnight, the clock at midnight. COE, I see that you're here. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Joe, there were a lot of questions about this, but I couldn't flag them. People wanted to know, ahead of this trial, did Brian Walshe see all of the evidence? Obviously, there's a lot of video cameras or a lot of receipts, a lot of, little things that are now being presented as evidence. Did he see all of this? When you go into a trial, how much do you actually know about the evidence and about what will be presented throughout the case?
Well, all the evidence that the Commonwealth put in had to be provided to the defense lawyers. And the defense lawyers should have shared and gone over all that evidence with him. So the answer is yes, he saw it all.
COE, I forgot to feed Fred and Ethel. They might be a little hungry. People will report me today. I typically feed them. Don't you worry. They'll be okay. But I'll have to feed them when I get home. Joe's like, don't feed them. They're just dogs.
No, I
Joe.
didn't say that. I was thinking that's why I don't have any pets, because then I would have to worry about feeding them.
Yeah, every once in a while. It's good.
Yeah.
Oh, they had our kids' pancakes, Joe. This is good to know. Look at
So,
that.
and I think COE, that because I saw one of the questions flash by, but the one that I saw related to this evidence was, if he knew about it, why didn't he plead? And the answer to that is the Commonwealth would not give him any kind of deal. They were going for murder one, and that was it. And at that point, then, if it's murder one, and you're you might say to yourself, I might as well just roll the dice and let it, make the defense and see if we could persuade a jury or get a hung jury. And therefore, maybe the Commonwealth will be more receptive to letting me plead to something else. Because if it's murder one and they're not moving anywhere, he doesn't really have much incentive, unless he doesn't want to embarrass himself in front of his friends and neighbors, if he has any friends. And he doesn't seem to care whether the children know how bad it was. I mean, some defendants might feel, I'll just plead because that way maybe I can maintain some semblance of, respect or, a picture to provide to my children. And that matters to me. It doesn't seem to matter to him.
Ned Smith, the trial's like watching the movie Titanic. You know how it ends before you get to the end. Yes, sort of true. 10 surviving the survivor memberships. Thank you to Mim Benjamin. Very, very generous here. So Joe, by the way, if you have questions for Joe, please put in the triple Qs. Joe will also be doing a wrap on her channel, Prof. Joe Explains, at 5 p.m. Eastern time in 1 hour and 9 minutes. And then we will be back at 7 p.m. Eastern. Donna Adelson is now in her forever home, really south of Miami, but part of Miami-Dade County. And what does that forever home look like? What does it feel like? What does it smell like? What will her days be like What will she do every day? These are the questions we will tackle and we will answer
Do
tonight
you,
at 7 o'clock.
do you think she's going to be grateful to the state for accommodating her and trying to get her located close to Miami where she can see Harvey? Or do you think she's just going to feel she was entitled to it and anything less would have been
The latter.
yeah.
And I don't mean DD. Yeah, definitely the latter. And I think she's begun digging her hole to Harvey's basement already. She's going to try to get there from underground. She's going to dig her way over to Harvey. Joe Patuto, people are asking, and so am I, why the voir dire? I mean, you talked about this earlier. We've had months, literally, maybe a year of time ahead of us. Why a voir dire without the jury tomorrow morning about this specific witness? What could possibly be raised?
Well, the last part of it is easy. Whatever it is they're going to voir dire Jim Mutlu on is something that if the judge decides it's not admissible or there's a line of questioning that can't be asked, you don't want the jury to hear it. So the fact that the jury won't hear it makes perfect sense. Why they didn't do it earlier, I don't have a good guess about it. I mean, if they knew it was coming up, typically you would do it pre-trial rather than do what they're doing and extend the trial, which means that the trial might have been finished, let's say a half day earlier. And usually what judges want to do is compress the trial time as much as possible because of the imposition on the jurors who've given up their lives. Some of them are not working over this period of time. So one guess is it's something that just came up, which I can't believe because they had discovery. The other is, I guess I don't have another good guess. It seemed to me that he was always on the list and was always going to testify. It may be that the judge wanted to wait to see how the evidence went because of some line of questions that they want to ask Mutlu. And they waited until when he was going to testify in order to get the best, so she can have the best idea of what the other evidence is showing. And it may be that there needs to be something in the other evidence that permits him to testify in a particular line.
Thank you for that explanation. Ollie interpreting this the way I think you did, Joe, which is that the prosecution will likely end its case tomorrow. And that means the defense case in chief, I guess, would begin on Thursday,
Right.
which is, why wouldn't they just go into the defense case, Joe? I mean, this sounds like it could end early, but maybe not. Maybe this is an all day kind of witness. I don't know.
Yeah.
Witnesses.
Well, generally, a judge would say, if it's going into the afternoon, we'll start with the defense case tomorrow. It gives the defense a little more time to think about it and get ready to go. This judge has been pretty, we'll cut a questioning in the middle because it's 1 o'clock and we're going to lunch, which a lot of judges wouldn't do. So it's a little surprising if she will do there what a lot of judges would do and say, we'll start on Thursday bright and early so that the defense has a chance to really get ready to put on its case. So, but that's usually what happens. You give the defense a little time unless it ends really early in the day. But it's not going to end early tomorrow because by the time they do the voir dire, it will be 10 something.
Yeah.
And then unless he's the only witness left, but if it is that they're going to call the babysitter or the friend, then it will go into the afternoon.
Yeah. And Joe, how are you feeling now? Is your Wednesday on or off at this point?
It's been canceled. So
Ah.
the Wednesday that I thought was last week and I had the date wrong, and then I was not able to get out of it this week. It's been canceled because of weather.
Because of weather. So is it pushed to next? Now I'm very curious. Is it pushed to next Wednesday?
I have no idea. We haven't gotten to that point.
I feel like we should have a STS pool going on when Joe has this meeting.
It won't be pushed to the following Wednesday because now that we have to reschedule, I have some agency about when it's done. I didn't have it the first time because it had been scheduled and had been on the calendar for a long time, so there was nothing I could do about it. But now that it's gone.
Do you think you're going to push it to next year now?
push what into next year?
This
My
meeting.
could, yeah. It's not an emergency by any means. It was scheduled for a while, and when you've got more than one person, you don't start undoing something because at the last minute you have something else, that's come up.
Yeah. Joe, I would never even pry. I don't want to know what the meeting is about. I just want to know when it is. And I'm not the only one. Look, Leo Wren says we need, by the way, Leo Wren's always here. We need text alerts, Joel. Lorna McKenzie and Leo Wren.
I just listen to me. Now you remind me of my students who are not listening. Yeah. What I said was, now it's in my court and I'm not going to schedule it. Well, if there's any chance this trial is still going.
Speaking of that, and we are obviously running out of things today. If you're just joining, you missed a lot of tedious forensic information. Tomorrow, we might get some juicy information. Mutlu, a lot of people are asking in the chat, what kind of name? What is the derivation? And I have no idea, other than someone in the chat said it is a Turkish name much earlier in the day, that it is.
There's someone who knows something, because earlier something came along the chat that part of the name is King, and I just don't remember what the other part, the meaning of the name is, but it was King. I just don't remember the other piece. So whoever said that in the chat, if you stuck around this long, put it in again.
What are you saying? Which is great, because that's how Carm says what. So I love this name. And by the way, is this name, I need to know, Vut, is this because my mother has said this to me on the show? Or is this you saying this? Either let me know in the chat or email me, survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com. I must get to the bottom of the most important questions, and this is one of them. But, Joe, here's another question. What is the general mindset or rule that an attorney takes when they are defending someone who is clearly guilty? And why is that not perjury, saying they didn't do it when they know they did? Good question.
Yeah. Perjury is getting on the stand and saying something under oath. So that raises a different issue. A defendant is entitled to a zealous representation. If our legal system wasn't complicated and we have rules of evidence and all kinds of things that really only lawyers know, a defendant could go in and represent herself. But our system is the way it is, and it's not possible for a defendant to be able to really do it. And the defendant has a constitutional right to have the representation of a lawyer if there's any chance of a criminal of a sentence to imprisonment. That being so, then now we have to say, well, are we going to limit what the defense is that a defendant can make, that if the system wasn't the way it was, the defendant could do, just because we're providing a lawyer? So the way the rules work is the defense lawyer should put on the case that the defense wants put on, unless the defense really believes that there is no possible credible basis for the defense. And in this case, so you have a concrete example, we can all think, and I certainly do, I'm with you all, that the defense that his second defense, that he found her dead in the bedroom and then just had a brainstorm and decided to cut her up and distribute her body in a trash container and everything else he did. We think it's an incredible story. But in terms of the facts, we cannot say that, as a matter of fact, we know it to be not true, because we were not there. The only person there was Brian Fastow. And if you can see, there's a difference there. And we could say it's ridiculous, but we cannot say we know it's not true. Can't do it. So the defense is entitled to present the defense that the defendant wants. Lawyers can try to dissuade a defendant from making the defense that he wants to make, but it's up to the defendant. Now, the second part of that is Brian Fastow testifies. If the defense is certain that he's going to perjure himself on the stand, and again, the defense can say they've got a reasonable basis for saying they cannot conclude with certainty that it's perjury. Then he can go on the stand and they'll be able to question him on direct examination the way they can question any other witness. If, however, they believe that, well, they think they know to a moral certainty that he's going to perjure himself, they cannot participate in the perjury. He can get on the stand because it's his right. And what the defense in that case does is to say, what is your name? Tell your story. That's the narrative testimony. And
Yeah,
that's what happens if you're ever in a trial and you see a defendant get on the stand and tell a story and the defense lawyers are sitting at the counsel table doing nothing. There's about a 99% chance that the lawyer then signal to the judge knows it, the prosecutor knows it, that the defendant testifying is committing perjury.
And there's a chance that could happen here if Brian Walshe takes the stand. Joe, is this accurate here? This is interesting, and I believe it is. A trial is not about actual guilt or innocence. It is to give the accused access to a fair trial where the prosecution has to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It's actually a very fast.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. A jury in a criminal case never decides, is this person factually innocent? All it's asked to do is decide how sure it is that the individual is guilty in any trial. So if it's a civil trial, the jury is asked to say, are you at least 51% sure that this person did what the plaintiff said that the defendant did? In a criminal trial, what the jury is asked to say, are you sure beyond a reasonable doubt? You're never asked, is the person innocent?
It's really fast when you take a step back and think that this is how we founded our country on this justice system. It's pretty incredible. Because if it was me founding the country and setting up the judicial system, it would be guilt or innocence. And if they're guilty, you chop their head off. But not our founding fathers and the people who decided the way the law would be handled. So kudos to them. They had a much more rational head about themselves.
Well, the view was, and you probably have heard this, that the system says it's better to have 9 defendants who are guilty go free than to convict one innocent person of a crime he didn't commit. And that view is why you set up the burden so high on the state. And Ned Smith, I see there, she's absolutely right. Not guilty does not mean innocent. Not guilty means not proved to the burden that the prosecutor has to meet.
Yeah. Ned also wants to know if you've ever been on Jeopardy, and if not, she wants you to go on Jeopardy. Do you think you do well on Jeopardy?
I think before Jeopardy became all these crazy trivia questions, when there was actually some meat to it, I think I would have done well with one caveat. And that is, you just have to hit the thing or click first to get the answer. And if anything requires that you have to have manual dexterity, I'm at the end of the line. So it's not that I wouldn't know the answers to a lot of the questions. It's just I would never get the chance to be the first one to try. But thank you. That's a great compliment that you think on the questions I would have done well.
You'd beat Carm. She's got slow reflexes, Carm. The grandkids call her the sloth. She moves slowly. Look at this. Ned Smith really reminiscing now. She misses Alex Trebek. Who doesn't?
Yeah, he was great.
Super cool. That guy never got in trouble for a thing in his life, I don't think.
He was great. And the new guy isn't bad. The new guy had been one of the biggest money winners on Jeopardy, so he's got an encyclopedic, but he doesn't have the same warmth and charisma that Trebek had.
He's Jennings, whatever Jennings first.
I don't know.
Is.
I haven't watched it much.
Yeah.
But I have seen him.
Something Jennings. Anyway, Alex Trebek, he's also a Canadian. Canadians are generally pretty cool people. So he's running the show. I guess when you start talking about Jeopardy host, it might be a good time to wind things down. Prof. Joe Explains, that is Joe Patuto's YouTube channel. She's doing a full wrap-up in 54 minutes. And then you've got Dinner Break Ken Jennings. Close enough. I said something Jennings. It's Ken Jennings. The guy won like 30 days in a row or somewhere, a year. Who knows? How many days in a row did he win, Ned Smith? And I know it's not like you're Googling right now. You're ChatGPT. How many days in a row did Ken Jennings win on Jeopardy? I can't leave without knowing the answer. But Joe Patuto is doing a recap at 5 p.m. It's still 54 minutes, as much as I am trying to move this along. He showed no panic while shopping or was not mournful. That's for damn sure. It is for sure.
When he was, when he was there with his son, which was just awful.
Yeah, horrible. He won like 8,000 days in a row, according to Ned Smith. Hold on one second. How many days did what's his first Ken Jennings win on Jeopardy in a row?
He came back though. Don't they bring the champions back and then they have another competition? And
74 games in a row.
Yeah.
74. Barbara Glitzer, may she rest in peace, a good friend of my mom. She won a week straight in 1974, I think, or 76, whenever the show first started, I believe. And she won, I think, a dishwashing set, like a washer and dryer is what she got. She's dead. I can reveal her last name. If they're dead, you could look. If she's dead, I can say it. Glitzer, Barbara Glitzer. I can say it. It's public record. You can go back and order the show, Bug. She's dead. No one can do anything to her anymore. Yes, 74 shows. This show's going to hell in a handbasket. So Joe Patuto, it doesn't matter now because now your Wednesday meeting is off, but it seems like if we get Brian Walshe, it would likely be on Thursday or Friday. Do you agree?
it looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and it'll probably, I have a feeling now this could squeak into next week, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll
Well,
be
it
here for it.
depends- It depends on whether the defense is calling anybody other than Brian Walshe.
Yep.
mean-
Yeah. Who
okay.
knows? On that note, check out Prof. Joe Explains. Love you, America. We're back here at 7 on Donna Adelson. What the hell? What's going on with Wendy? What's going on with Wendy? I have no idea, but we'll see you back here. I just have to get the stuff to sign off. Here we go. Tonight, 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, we're back at 9 a.m. Eastern. Thank you, everybody. Love you all. Be kind. Don't kill anyone.